Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
A man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise with his laptop charts, he's got down all the lines. And it just sticks, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Joe showed fruit, fed neck, the taste beer, and I find the stream, or just chasing a spin. The Michael smiled by with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Go spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of ether, he won't be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Theories, it's just not right. So it goes spin back.
lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon light. Oh yes, he knew. Creating power from the air. He smiles in delight. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does, Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does, Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does, Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive. His hands, Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Cast away, alienated from the aids of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? On them, Kevin structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise, but they call me foolish words, ancient boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Oh, benefactor boy, keep fighting the fights, chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
All right, what's going on, Mike? How you doing? How you doing?
In isolation.
All right, so for the past 3 years, I've been immersed in one of the most fascinating research projects of my life. A true journey, an emotional journey. What started as an attempt to understand the work of Daniel Nunez of One Stop Energies, it turned into something far bigger than I ever imagined or expected. Along the way, I developed new circuit ideas, discovered unexpected electrical behavior, built a working synthetic AC model to understand what I was seeing in the system. And since I've completely changed how I think about resonance, geometry, and post-electrical systems. Today, I'm bringing everything together in one place for you all to take a journey with me. Because this isn't just a highlight reel. It's the complete evolution of the research I've been doing for the past nearly 3 years. From the earliest experiments with the coil to where I believe the work is heading next. Everything right here for Free Energy Fridays, only on Beneficence TV.
Throughout modern history, there have been visionaries who dared to dream beyond the boundaries of conventional science. Inventors who sought to unlock the mysteries of alternative propulsion, anti-gravitics, and the enigma of over-unity energy. Yet, their stories remain shrouded in shadow. Many of these pioneers, their voices silenced, their visions extinguished. Some vanished into obscurity, while others paid the ultimate price. Suppression, it seems, has been a constant companion to innovation. But recently, there's been a glimmer of hope. A new generation of self-taught, open-minded, and independent scientists has emerged. A collective effort to combat the forces that seek to keep humanity in the dark. People like Marco Rodin, whose rediscovery of vortex-based mathematics is nothing short of mind-bending. They've pushed the boundaries of mathematical understanding, opening doors to a new realm of possibilities by describing numbers as physical stationary interstitiary vectors in space-time whose values don't change. Unlike traditional mathematics, where numbers change while functions remain constant, this paradigm shift recognizes that in reality, functions themselves can represent the changing variables, opening doors to a new understanding of mathematical relationships. And then there's Malcolm Bendall, a man with a vision that defies convention. He introduced the plasmoid unified model, a concept that calculates the resonant frequencies of everything from the elements to colors, shapes, and even polarized cardinal directions. But Bendall didn't stop at theory. He applied his unified field theory to a revolutionary concept, converting mass into clean energy. His ingenious design mimics nature's use of plasma, producing colossal amounts of pristine energy. Bendall's vision goes beyond energy. It's about reshaping our understanding of the world and harnessing the very forces of nature to propel us into a new era. As Tesla was once accredited as saying, "Throughout space there is energy. Is this energy static or kinetic? If static, our hopes are in vain. If kinetic, and this we know it is for certain, then it's a mere question of time when men will succeed in attaching their machinery to the very wheelwork of nature." In the shadows of suppressed technology, these visionaries are opening doors to a brighter, more sustainable future. The plasmoid engine, a symbol of hope, innovation, and the relentless pursuit of the unknown. Join us as we delve deeper into the mysteries of plasmoids and the brave souls who dare to challenge the status quo.
Here on Beneficence TV. Welcome, and welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. I'm your host, the Benefactor, or as my colleagues like to call me, Ben. Tonight, we're taking an emotional journey because real science isn't about never being wrong. It's about constantly refining your understanding as better evidence comes along. Now, the synthetic AC model is still in its very early stages of development, as I've said many times. And there were always going to be mistakes in the model, or corrections that I had to anticipate. Specifically, the area regarding the loop fallacy idea. I simply don't know enough about diodes and transistors to confirm that there was actually no direct return path for the electron flow in our system. I could only guess based on observation and my self-taught experience. But it turns out those observations needed some adjustment. And now we enter my colleague and good friend Mike Does. Mike is an expert on Bedini-type flyback recycling systems, what we call back EMF capture. And what he pointed out to me was very important for our development of the synthetic AC model and our goals at translating these esoteric coil anomalies and theories into standard everyday engineering protocols anyone can follow. So what Mike pointed out to me was very important. It turns out I had looked at the direction of the flyback wrong. I had the wrong polarity. I thought the flyback was going towards the direction of the negative terminal. It is not. It's actually pushing towards the direction of the positive terminal along with the forward EMF. So the current associated with it is pushing towards the positive terminal, and I misinterpreted this when coming up with the loop fallacy idea, which states that due to the physical reality of the magnetic field being priority in your system, the electricity is just a byproduct of the field. So you want to think of your system in terms of connecting that field instead of connecting the electron flow. However, I was tracing the electron flow wrong. But Mike pointed out that the polarity actually wants to go back to the positive terminal, which doesn't exactly break our model. Actually, paradoxically, it kind of strengthens it and refines it in a way where we actually have the correct path to go to in terms of recreating a system that will actually properly capture this back EMF energy. Now, this is very important going forward because everything is about to change when we start to look at energy in a different way. And when I talk about looking at energy in a different way, I'm specifically talking about vortex-based mathematics. And that's at the root of some of these anomalies. And unfortunately, VBM, or vortex-based math, can be very complicated and somewhat esoteric for the average everyday person to follow. It's kind of mind-blowing, the initial premise to begin with, let alone the process of actually translating those number sequences onto a coil and relating them to the theories going back to Marco Rodin. We're going to watch a quick video that kind of explains the fundamentals of these vortex coil systems that I've been working with and others have been working with for quite some time. And it's specifically the band TED Talk. And I love this video because it kind of summarizes everything about VBM in a more digestible way. And it doesn't really go into the more abstract ideas too much. Because there are very abstract ideas ingrained in vortex-based mathematics that kind of get confusing as you learn more in depth of the theories that Marco Rodin was presenting to us. So we're going to load this video. Producers, get ready, cue up the video. I'm just kidding. I'm the producer, so get ready. I'll be right back.
This gentleman right here.
Thank you, sir. My name is Michael Shore. I'm here in Charlotte. First, it's an honor to have you here with us today. I'm concerned that your decision to allow offshore drilling could have the effect of chilling investment into alternate sources of energy. And I'm interested in what incentives you're going to be proposing to establish the conditions and to stimulate research and development and expansion of that critical sector.
Well, I think that's a great question. We invested in wind, we invested in solar, we invested in biomass, we invested in research and development, we invested in battery technologies. Here's the challenge that we have. We don't yet have the technological breakthroughs that can completely replace fossil fuels. So for the next 10 years, next 20 years, we're still going to be using oil, we're still going to be using coal, we're still going to be using natural gas, we're still going to be using the traditional sources to fuel our cars, to heat our homes, to run our big power plants, etc. Unless somebody here invents something tomorrow, which would be very helpful, and if you have it, let me know.
You saw where I was going. So I'd like to say, with all due respect to the president, that this is me letting you know. I'm here speaking because I'm at the forefront right now of the most advanced mathematics ever known to mankind. And because my teacher, Marco Rodin, discovered an unknown mathematical language inherent to nature, and I found the key of how to model it in three-dimensional space. The saying is that mathematics is the language of God, but until now, no one's been speaking God's language. What we have is the grand unified field theory. With it, you can create inexhaustible free energy, end all diseases, produce unlimited food, travel anywhere in the universe, build the ultimate supercomputer, artificial intelligence, and obsolete all existing technology. How is it possible to make such outrageous claims? Because we have the secret that connects all of the world's technologies together, numbers. We discovered that numbers are real, a living language, a jigsaw puzzle that when pieced together no longer creates a rendition or approximation of reality. Numbers are reality, neither flat nor arbitrary nor imaginary nor irrational. They are actually points or locations that fold out into a 3D shape defining space and time literally. Mr. Rodin discovered an equation that was so eloquent in its simplicity that it involved no more than 9 numbers around a circle. And with it, you can do all the functions of all the branches of math instantly. It displays a perfect spin symmetry of numbers forming mirror images just like our two hands, a feat that's baffled countless scientists and mathematicians. When you look at this symbol, you immediately see it's composed of 2 aspects. One is this lazy 8, or the infinity symbol, and the other is the red pyramid at the top. The infinity symbol is the equation for the physical world we live in. It's a circuit or a pathway of motion. 6 numbers that form a hexagon. Thus, such diverse phenomena as light polarizing, beehives, Saturn's North Pole, and snowflakes are all versions of this hexagon. These shapes form pathways for any matter in motion, which is never straight, but always at an angle. Nothing in the physical world ever moves in a straight line, not a bullet shooting, not lightning coming down out of the sky. Everything is a coil, even a photon coming from a distant star, proving relativity exists. Our body is called this mortal coil. Our DNA is a coil, and it's no coincidence that it matches our equation perfectly. It makes us into a vortex machine that sucks things in at the top and shoots them out at the bottom. As it does this, it regulates its own temperature, a really important concept for technologies that are always overheating. It's an imploding, exploding machine, a gyroscope, an antenna built to perfectly transmit and receive waveforms. In fact, Marco's antenna designs are protecting the 4 corners of the United States because they were found to be the most sensitive antennas ever created. Around the same time, he also presented at the largest genetic engineering conference in the world on DNA sequencing, thus proving the ability of this math to cross between the sciences. Jonas Salk, who was the inventor of the polio vaccine, stated that this work was so advanced it would never be understood in Marco's lifetime unless he cloned himself. And so maybe that's what I am. But what's the connection between all these sciences? And the answer is simple. It's doubling. When you follow what these numbers are doing, you get doubling. And why might that be significant? Well, our cells double to create us. We have 1 cell conceptions, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Musical scales are doubling. The binary code for computers doubling. Nuclear reactions, squares and square roots, all doubling. Doubling is motion at an angle, or what's called angular momentum. It's the whirlwind and treadmill of creation. It spins the atoms in our body, the Earth on its axis, the solar system, galaxy, the whole universe. And so what causes this doubling? What is it that's being transmitted and received? And that's where that red pyramid comes in. This pyramid is representative of what we call flux fields. We have electricity. At the center of electricity is magnetism. At the center of magnetism is a flux. It's a higher dimensional energy known by many names such as dark energy, tachyons, monopoles, gravitons. We call it etheron energy. It's the energy that's keeping us conscious and alive, and it's not a static or stationary energy. It's a pulse, it's a surge, it's the beating heart of all existence. It's the ultimate fundamental particle in the universe, the God particle, and I know how to harness it. This energy is the source of all time, motion, and vibration. It's the only thing that comes from the whole, or the zero, the center of the cyclone. It emanates linearly in all directions, penetrating everything without any resistance. It cannot be shielded. As it penetrates, it leaves a grain. It shows you how things move, how they stick together or come apart. It animates everything. It's the source of the non-decaying spin of the electron. If you combine it with a coil, you get a perfect mathematical vortex consisting of a positive electromagnetic energy radiating out and a negative backdraft counter space, which is the same as gravity. It allows for contraction. Etherons are literally the glue that holds the universe together. Einstein called it an inertia ether. Ultimately, when this is arrayed in true 3D shape, which is what I discovered, it forms a shape commonly known as a torus or a donut. This is nearly 20 years later. What I found was this. Essentially, this thing is a heat sink. It's a temperature regulator, just like your human body. The universe.
And something I want to point out that's very significant here is when testing with this coil and the inverters that the inverter systems that I have attached to it, the oscillation systems, they're using resonance to produce the synthetic AC waveform. And the coil doesn't get hot. It doesn't raise above ambient temperature. But if you bust out any off-the-shelf inverter, that coil inside there, the transformer is going to get hot. It's going to get very hot. It's going to burn you. That's why it has fans in it. So that alone is a clue. And it's a clue that we can actually throw into our bag of clues and later put together the puzzle pieces, as it were, when trying to understand the system. And that's basically what I did with the synthetic AC model, is I had all these different clues, all these different anomalies. And I had to, they're basically like pieces of a puzzle, and you have to piece together the puzzle. And when piecing together the puzzle, you don't know the full picture, so you have to have an open mind, right? You can't go into it with a closed mind. You have to be skeptical, for sure. So if you have an idea, you have to test that idea and make sure you have evidence to back it up before you go around and validate that idea and make it or have people understand that it's actually true, which if you don't have evidence to support your idea, it's just a theory. So we have a ton of evidence, a ton of clues, and we pieced it together into this coherent model. But something about the coil is indefinitely what he's saying is true. It has a heat sink type of effect where it just doesn't produce heat. Maybe an endothermic reaction, you know, where if we have structured plasma at all being formed in the system electrically, Malcolm Bendel's theory is that those structured bits of plasma might absorb the heat in order to, you know, sustain themselves. So they have a tendency to absorb the heat around them, and that would inevitably produce an endothermic reaction because they're absorbing the ambient temperature around them, thus potentially reducing the overall temperature of your system, if that is in fact what's happening. And that's just an ongoing theory. Unfortunately, we can't test that side of my hypothesis until we actually fully condition the battery. It's about 90% conditioned right now. It's really doing really well. We'll go over that later. But not only that, we'll have to dismantle the battery and actually analyze the plates with a scanning electron microscope. Maybe, because Bob Grenier has access to that, maybe he would be open for to be sending him a fully conditioned battery so he can look for evidence of plasmoids. That's my theory. I mean, explains all of the anomalies from John Bedini's negative condition battery theories to what we're working with now in the synthetic AC model. So this is really important to analyze those plates of a fully conditioned Bedini battery, with battery conditioned with negative electricity, specifically because it's my idea that if there is structured plasma at all, we would see evidence of it in the form of crenulated iron microspheres on the plates. So when you analyze it with a very high microscope, you can see these little scoop marks, and they have a tendency to draw in surrounding matter and disassociate. They just like combine different elements together and break molecules apart. So it's very interesting what they do on a microscopic scale, and this explains some of the effects that we see in John Hutchinson's experiments, for example, where, you know, he has this piece of copper, and we've gone over this in a ton of my videos, where we have, you know, Malcolm Bendel has access to that copper bar, and he's talking about it, and he said, look, there's little tubules that appear to be, they could be gold, right? Little tiny veins of gold in this copper bar that is literally, looks like it's been melted and turned to what he called an orichalcum type purple color. So that is evidence of plasmoid behavior, structured plasma, because it wasn't hot. The material didn't get hot. It actually got a little cold to the touch, but it disassembled the matter at a molecular level, causing it to transform into those veins of what appeared to be gold tubules, and changed the whole copper bar into this brilliant, shining purple color. And you can go and view the video on it. It's in the flux capacitor video. If you go on my page, it's the highlighted video, the real flux capacitor. It's an amazing documentary that we do on the show called Divine Science, and it's a great video, very fun. So anyways, going back into the rodent coil, we need to finish Randy Powell's video before we continue this journey.
Universal geometry designed for maximum efficiency and energy transformation, and an ecological method by which the universe reprocesses matter, using it as a coolant source to bathe itself at the core of a black hole and then dissipate heat away out of a white hole. It's based on compression, decompression, just like we use to control temperatures in technologies like refrigerators. The Big Bang was just one of these reactions giving birth to this expanding universe, which is expanding because we're on the southern half. The northern half is contracting. Okay? Space expands, time contracts, black hole to white hole. The torus is what everything becomes at its maximum acceleration. This experiment you're going to watch while I finish my talk, I want you to keep in mind when you're watching this magnet spinning around, there's no energy going into this coil.
So this is one of the most interesting videos and experiments that we see online. And it's only been replicated one time that I've seen, and that's by a man named Daniel Nunez. And a lot of his research is what we're trying to, well, we were reverse engineering, and now we're expanding on it. And he's done an amazing job over the last 10 plus years at, you know, trying to document these anomalies and tune these systems for efficiency. And he's the only one that I've seen that was able to replicate this. I haven't been able to yet, but I've been in contact with them, spoiler alert, and I'm going to see if maybe he can help me, give me some guidance on how to achieve this magnetic synchronicity, because he said there's no power going into it. He does switch off the power, but it's not exactly at this moment. So he does switch off the power, and he picks it up out of the coil. And what you'll see is the magnet, when he switches it off, not only does it not stop, it actually spins up faster for a second, you know, because when you turn off a system, you have a spike of energy, a pulse. And if you have the right system that utilizes that pulse, like this system, I imagine would, you would see that effect happen. Now, the most interesting thing about this is when it's fully turned off, it keeps on spinning, because the coil is not only a transformer, and an inductor, but it's also a capacitor, and it stores that energy for quite some time. And it will spin very, very far outside of that torr, the inside of the coil, which is, I think they bring it to like 25 feet outside of the coil. It's extraordinary. Imagine a bearing. Imagine a magnetic wireless bearing where the coil's over here and you're spinning a magnetic motor over here, and it's, you know, like 20 feet away. Imagine the engineering possibilities for industry if you could do that effectively. This is what that is. So it's very impressive, and it's something that I've been trying to replicate, and it's really one of the only things that I found challenging to replicate. Everything else that Daniel Nunez and Randy Powell basically state about the coil, other than the healing stuff, which I haven't gone into yet. I have my doubts on that stuff, but regardless, you know, that's really the only area that I haven't really tested. So everything else we've been able to independently verify, which is really exciting, because for years, the rodent coil has been a mysterious device lumped into pseudoscience, you know, with a few unexplained anomalies.
Totally turned off.
This changes
And I'll
everything.
continue. Your blood cells are a torus. DNA is a torus. Magnetic field, galaxies, all toruses. That's why a tornado is more powerful than an atom bomb. It's a one-way, living, systemic electrical machine, a self-sustaining jet. You might say a flying saucer. I found the way to calculate this torus in a perfect
This is
3D
very
4D
impressive.
and
Look
higher
at this.
mathematical hologram.
So the system
It
is
can be
off
scaled
at this
up and
point.
down to infinity.
That's at
which we
least
now
10,
call the
15
alpha
feet away.
torus. Or sometimes we refer to it by Marco's name, which is the flux thruster atom pulsar electrical venturi
Magnetic
space-time
synchronicity.
implosion field generator coil. And with it, it's possible to create a localized space-time implosion, a controlled desktop black hole. That magnet's still spinning. There's no energy in the coil. This is the final technology, the philosopher's stone, a reactionless drive unaffected by any weight that it carries. It's a true model of an atom, and with it I have the key to the periodic table, which a professor from the University of North Carolina told me could be the greatest scientific discovery of all time. We can, for the first time, cross from one.
So there's a lot of claims in this video, and I can't independently verify everything, but most of the things that we have been able to look into regarding Daniel Nunez's presentation via the Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference, that was all like 99% we've been able to verify. We have Dave chatting in. I recently came across the idea of permaculture apple core, which applies to trees, the plants, lots of things gathering at one end. So interesting that you bring up permaculture, because Daniel Nunez himself worked with plant growth and influencing plant growth with the coil's magnetic field. He got a lot of positive results. This is something that I've been working on in the back end for a while. For the past month or two, I would say, I'm trying to come up with a system that is able to do this and come up with a proper experiment where we have a control. And it's hard to do in a small apartment. We want to make sure the control is adequate, so we know that if we get any positive results, that they are actually following the scientific method properly. So in the background, I've been silently trying to replicate that aspect of Daniel Nunez's work, and I don't think it's going to be that hard to actually come up with a system. I have my ideas on how he got it to work. There's really nothing online left regarding how he got the plants to supposedly, I mean, he took slides of the plants. Supposedly, the plants grew faster and with more yield than the control plants. And they actually seem to grow towards the magnetic field, the coil, which kind of indicates the plants like it. They like that whatever frequency he was putting in to the magnetic field. So that's very interesting that you bring that up, because that's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and we're just getting into the beginning stages of how I'm going to come up with that experiment and actually perform that. So, these things take time. I want to make sure all the ducks are in order. Not that my ducks are ever in order. But let's finish this video and move on to really the start of the journey.
One science to another, unbroken, whether it's subatomic physics, periodic table, computer science, DNA. Remember, I said cure all diseases. Artificial
Yeah,
intelligence.
that I cannot
all the result
confirm,
of ether on
and
flux
I
fields. So simply
don't
put,
think
this
really
torus
there's any way
does
that
it
we can
all.
verify
It's a
that at this
blueprint
point
for
anyways.
a perfectly efficient magnetic field generating coil, a spaceship, a surgical tool, a supercomputer, and even a high fidelity speaker all in one.
So yes, those last couple of ideas, 100% true. High fidelity speaker, really highly sensitive antenna, and broadcast radio you can turn it into. And those are some ideas that I have a foxhole crystal, radio that I'm designing a circuit for to work with the rodent coil. And it's going to be very simple, right? But it should demonstrate. We'll be able to compare it to a normal foxhole circuit with a regular coil, and we'll compare it to see how it fares. But my anticipation is that it's going to be highly sensitive, so it should be able to theoretically pick up a lot more than a standard coil. So as I was saying before, for years this rodent coil has been a mysterious device that people just lumped into pseudoscience, with some interesting effects. However, we have now developed a refined system I like to call a lightning thief. And it's just a modified jewel thief variant that is highly efficient compared to any other off-the-shelf inverter. It's extremely cheap, reliable, easy to use and build, and it is all open sourced. You can go on my do-it-yourself guide, linked in the description of all my videos, to see how to build that. I am working with a PCB version provided by Michel Morel. He made the PCB version. Seems to work a little bit more efficiently, but the breadboard version should work just fine for you and your experiments, because that's what I was working with for a long time before we had the PCB. And I will be providing some PCBs. I do have some. I just haven't gotten around to getting them online and providing them for the community to purchase. But I will be providing some kits that you guys can just whip together a lightning thief device with your own PCB. And I was at first thinking about maybe putting them together myself, but I just don't have the time. So I'm thinking maybe I'll ship them out as a do-it-yourself kit that you can put together. You'll have the PCB, or maybe I'll throw in 2 PCBs in a kit. I'm not really sure. But all the parts will be included, including the case. Actually, I can show you that right now. So these cases are nice. They're compact. You can open them up, and the PCB that I design and the parts that I will ship with it will be the method that I use, and that's using these little jumper female inputs. And it basically allows you to, so instead of soldering the transistor right onto the board, because you have to solder it on and it's kind of a permanent thing, unless you want to take the time and desolder it. And we want a swappable component. So I have these little, I forget what they're called. They're like female jumper extensions. And I solder those onto the board, and you just plug in your components. You can choose any transistor you want to work with. If you have a different kind of coil you want to work with, a different design for your vortex coil that you came up with yourself, this system will be able to provide you a method to get the lightning thief running, because you'll be able to swap the components out. It won't be a permanent solder fix. You'll be able to, say you want to experiment with a specific diode, or a different kind of potentiometer, right? You can do all that with this do-it-yourself kit that hopefully I'll be able to provide you guys soon. I don't know about coils. I might not be able to provide those for quite some time, just because they take a long time to make, and I have to make my own for my own experiments. I'm behind on actually making my own, so we'll see about that. But the information's all there. It's pretty easy to make. It's just time consuming if you want to make your own. Everything's open source, so for now, we're going to really talk about how I arrived at this destination in general. Because it all started with this, Randy Powell banned TED Talk. In this TED Talk, Randy claims that vortex-based mathematics reveals a fundamental numerical pattern that underlies all physical reality, technology, and natural systems. According to Randy, this pattern is expressed through a toroidal, vortex-like structure that governs energy flow throughout the universe. Randy states that mathematics is not just merely a human invention, but a living language, often described as the language of God, and that vortex-based math represents a rediscovery of how this language actually operates in nature. And numbers are physical in this theory, not just imaginary. They're not just a utility. They represent physical vectors in space, ones in which the fractals of creation itself are formed from by using nature's true variables, multiplication and division. You see, vortex-based math says that we only have irrational numbers in our math because our math is linear. It's not an accurate reflection of reality, only approximation. And that approximation is one that produces irrational numbers in its equations. And specifically because it's a result of trying to fit a three-dimensional object inside a two-dimensional equation. In vortex-based math, there are no irrational numbers because the constants are the numbers, and the variables are represented through mathematical functions, such as division, so it's backwards. But that accurately reflects nature, right? The variables of life aren't physical numbers themselves, but the functions, right? Multiplication and division. Life creates with those operations. So in other words, rather than treating numbers as simple variables and constants and rather than treating numbers as variables and constants as fixed quantities, VBM inverts this relationship. The numbers themselves are viewed as immutable constants, while mathematical operations, particularly multiplication and division, become the true variables governing transformation and growth. Now, going back to Randy's TED Talk, excuse me. In it, he asserts that the mathematical patterns discovered by Marco Rodin constitute a form of grand unified field theory, one that predates and supersedes conventional physics by explaining electromagnetism, gravity, and other forces through a single underlying numerical framework. He claims that the Rodin coil is a physical expression of this mathematics, and that its winding geometry allows it to interact with a fundamental energy field that conventional electrical engineering just simply doesn't recognize or utilize. Now, according to Powell, this field is responsible for the non-decaying spin of the electron, and mainstream physics has not yet identified the true source of this perpetual motion. Randy suggests that the Rodin coil provides a means of accessing or coupling to that source. He further claims that the Rodin coil does not behave like a traditional inductive coil, but instead organizes energy in a way that allows for greater efficiency, unusual field effects, and non-standard electromagnetic behavior. Now, this is what we talk about when we say the coil isn't just one thing. It's not just an inductor, it's not just a transformer, it's not just a capacitor, it's all of those things, including a transducer. It is a complete resonant electromagnetic structure, okay? And this is why it is able to produce some of the effects that you see in superconductors without the environmental restraints that superconductors require to function, specifically the thermal requirements. For superconductors to be superconductors, you have to get them very cold. This performs at room temperature, and it performs well, very well. And this explains a lot of those anomalies, and we'll go into the synthetic AC model, which further gives us a peek behind the curtain and demystifies the coil, really, and kind of gives us a look at how it's able to do these phenomenal things from the point of view of physics and electrodynamics. So Powell suggests in his video that the widespread adoption of vortex-based math and the Rodin coil in technology could radically transform society, including eliminating energy scarcity, improving food production, advancing medicine, and enabling new forms of transportation and computation. And I would have to agree on all of those areas. To some extent, yes, the coil would be useful in all of those areas. But he finally emphasizes that this knowledge should remain open source and freely available to humanity, arguing that privatization or suppression of the technology would prevent its potential benefits from reaching the world. And I would have to agree, this is why we open source everything on this channel. There are a few ideas that I have to keep to myself simply because independent research requires funding, and I want to obtain some funding in the near future specifically to do some of those projects which require special funding. So it really boils down to, you know, making sure people know from a scientific standpoint the science of the coil and how it's able to do the things it does. And with this synthetic AC model that I've been developing, we can not only understand why the coil does these amazing things, but we can use it as a path forward to understanding how to improve upon these systems, you know, how to build our own, translate these esoteric bits of information and theory into something, you know, anybody can whip up in their garage. If you have experience with electrical components, you know, a garage engineer, as we call them. And the system isn't difficult if you have basic experience in messing around with electrical components. It's not that difficult. It is a very simple circuit. It is a very simple coil. The coil itself is time consuming to make, but the process is extremely simple. We have all those tutorials available on this channel if you wish to dive into that. But Powell is absolutely right. We need to keep the science of the coil open source so people understand that there's a whole area of electrical engineering that is not really being looked at. It's not even fully understood. But the synthetic AC model gives us a starting point to understanding that area of fringe science. So going back to Daniel Nunez's presentation, the Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference, the video that started it all for me, really. Actually, let me get some water before we dive into this. Right. I'm going to queue up this video. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I just want to give you a glimpse at their research, because nobody, and I mean nobody online, knows more about these coils than Daniel and Erica Nunez, the power couple that really started my intrigue into this topic. Because I concluded that of all the claims that they made in this conference, in this video, I said, if even one of these things is true, I said to myself, if even one of these things is true, somebody has to look into it. This is extremely, extremely important, because it seems to be a very overlooked area of fringe science. And we can go into how this connects to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden's theories on asymmetric regauging, you know, partitioning the forward and backward energy and utilizing them differently. And that's what the synthetic AC model tells us to do. We want to synergize the energy using a field bridge and proper geometry and timing of the circuit. And it creates a field bridge between the forward and backward, the reactive components. And this field bridge is able to stay connected. The two partitioned energy events are able to stay connected via this field bridge, but you can still partition them, the currents associated with them. And it's a very fascinating idea that the synthetic AC model explains in depth in a way that I just don't see anybody else understanding regarding this area of fringe science, for lack of a better word. So we're going to load up the Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference video, and I'm going to show you just a glimpse, because I don't want to play the whole thing. It's a long video. I'll show you just a glimpse of some of the research that Daniel and Erica Nunez were doing, because their conclusions were very, very important. Okay, some early applications. Okay, I got the good. I was just making sure I have the right timestamp.
Some early applications: low wattage lighting inverters, magnetic pulse therapy.
So low wattage lighting inverters, definitely. That's what we're using right now to light up my lab. That is my lab light with a 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery that will last, you know, a week on these types of systems with the coil. So it's very impressive. The magnetic therapy, I don't know about. I can't comment on that. I've never done any research with that.
Devices for plants and animals.
We are going to be doing the plant growth experiment.
3D sound speakers.
So I haven't gotten a 3D effect yet, but I suspect that's just because I need the right speaker setup. I tried, as you can see, I tried this one right here with my big fireball coil. This magnet is just too big. It's just too big for the coil and the input, the power input that I have for the coil to move it. So what we're going to try is what Daniel had, and it's just a big metal bowl, like a huge metal bowl with a neodymium sphere probably. I'm assuming that's a neodymium sphere that appears to be like soldered at the bottom of it. So we can try that. We set it inside the coil. But it does produce a very nice speaker. This coil, I haven't tested it with the proper speaker setup, but what I have heard from what I am able to get out of the coil, it does sound really loud and nice for the input.
Solid-state battery chargers, energy-efficient wireless induction mats.
Yes, wireless induction, we've definitely done that. We're going to go into the evolution of the Lightning Thief setup, where we go into the different variations of the setup I tested, including the Dual Thief, which is incredible. Extraordinary breakthrough that I had when testing these systems that I've never seen, because I haven't seen anybody do this before, and we're going to go into that, but the wireless induction was a very, very big surprise, a good surprise with the results that we got.
Low power induction heaters, efficient motor generator designs, low power.
So induction heating, I have been able to heat up a soft iron core with one of the methods. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough input power to actually make it a proper heater, which is what I want to prepare for this winter. I do want to turn this thing into a proper efficient heater, and I just think it's because the soft iron core I had was just too thick for the input, right? I have a certain threshold for my power supply. I think it's like 30 volts or something like that. It's not a lot. And I just think the soft iron core that I tested with was a little bit too thick. But I do have a thermal meter, a laser meter, that will read the temperature, and it did raise the temperature. It was definitely raising the temperature. So I did have the right setup. I just didn't have the proper configuration and materials. So we do know how to do that. I haven't tested the efficiency, so I can't make any claims on the efficiency. However, with everything we know about this coil, I predict it's going to be very efficient compared to any kind of off-the-shelf heater that you can buy.
Induction lamp technologies, advanced step-up, step-down transformers using 1-to-1 coils.
Yeah, and that's one of the most incredible things that was one of those things that as an engineer, you have to take a step back and you're like, wait a second. It's a step-up, step-down transformer with using a 1-to-1 ratio of coil. How does that work? Because the only way you can get a step up, step down effect with the voltage or current is with a asymmetric ratio of coil. Like you have to have one coil with fewer or more winds than the second coil. You have to have two physical coils. Well, with this rodent coil, you have those two coils combined into one, but they're both the same size. It's a 1-to-1 ratio. But everything we know about electrical engineering says you have to have a smaller pipe if you're going to increase the pressure of that energy, right? If you're going to increase the pressure in the pipe, you have to go and step down to a smaller gauge pipe. And that's what, asymmetric winding does. And not only that, you have to have a ferrite core to connect the two to focus the magnetic flux, because it simply just leaks out everywhere. So how are you getting a step up, down effect? And not only that, like 10, sometimes 20 times the input. We'll get 12 volts input. No shit. 12 volts input, and we'll get 120 volts, sometimes 168 volts on our Lightning Thief system output. But it's a negative. It's a back EMF. It's a kickback. That's more, right? So, but why is it doing this? Everything about standard electrical engineering teaches us that this should be impossible, but this is the key to understanding what I call field cavitation. And it really is the seed that planted that idea in my mind. The idea that what's going on in this coil could be analogous to bubble cavitation in fluid. And then I saw Malcolm Bendel's presentation on plasmoids, and then I realized, that the way he explained a plasmoid being formed is two counter rotations converging, kind of like two tornadoes hitting each other, but they're counter rotating. And that's what we have in these coils. We're producing two counter rotations for the magnetic field that we have in the coil. And they compress and condense on top of each other, that, in my opinion, creates an equatorial null zone, or a void. Technically, like literal, a 0 point. It might be microscopic. It's probably only, a couple of microns in diameter or smaller, that focal point inside the core of the coil. But still, it is what it is a theory that explains all of these, not just one, but all of these different anomalies. We see, like the step up, step down effect, that can be explained if this is going on. That would definitely, as a bubble collapsing bubble, cavitating bubble in fluid would, draw in the, just the water rushing in because it wants to fill that void. Nature abhors a vacuum. So when you pop that bubble and it cavitates and it creates that void, nature rushes in to fill that void. Well, what happens when you have an electromagnetic bubble that cavitates? Well, in theory, it could be drawing in ambient electrons and free ions into that void and then reorganizing them into maybe structured plasma, forming maybe plasmoids. I don't know. But it is a theory that explains a lot of the anomalies that we see from John Bedini's back EMF capture and his conditioning of the negative conditioning of the battery. How it's able to do all those magnificent things that we've actually seen and replicated here in the lab, and I'm going to go over in a little bit, all the way to our synthetic AC model. So this is very, very important information that we're finally, and again, this isn't I'm not going to claim this is a coherent, unified framework, right? There's a lot of work to do with this model. It is just the beginning. But it gives us a starting point. It really does give us a starting point as engineers on how to understand what is happening in these types of pulsed systems. So I thought to myself, if just one of these claims are true, then somebody has to be looking into it. And I didn't see anybody looking into it other than, a few people that replicated Daniel's work and they were fans of his. And this video is like 10 plus years old. And everybody that replicated his tests, his fans that were on his channel, his YouTube channel, commenting with him, engaging with the science and the experiments. They were trying to do what because he open sourced everything. Now, his videos are taken down now, but there are a few starting points left that you can find of his research, and that's where we started, because everything he talked about, it seemed very easy to replicate. I'm like, well, if more mainstream engineers and you know, celebrity YouTube engineers aren't really looking into this. They're like, the only thing I've saw was Robert Murray Smith, and he debunked it. He claimed to debunk the coil, and I'm just like, oh my god. Like looking back at that video, it was terrible. It was kind of like watching the Mythbusters hack job on the Bedini motor. It was just like you didn't even hook it up right, bro. But anyways, I digress. You know, the only person I really saw in the mainstream that had a big following on YouTube really looking into the coil was Robert Murray Smith, and he claimed to debunk it, and he didn't. So I thought to myself, well, you know, I like messing around with electronics. You know, I need a project to work on, and this seems important. You know, I want to put my focus and my skills to something that will actually benefit, you know, the world. That's just how I feel. You know, if I have the ability to, you know, help people, I'm going to try. And that's what all this work has been really at its core, is trying to get a system developed for off-the-grid lighting, basic lighting and heating, maybe to charge a small device, just in case your power goes out and you need something to rely on, because this system is perfect for that. Just to give people, you know, a little safety net, because I don't know about you, but when my power goes out, I freak out, and, you know, you forget, like, if it's night, there are no lights, you know, like, you can't turn on the light. You have to use your flashlight or the light on your phone, and it is not as good as having an overhead light. With this system, you have lighting for a whole week. You can probably run it longer, but I wouldn't recommend draining the battery past, you know, like 10.5 volts. But you can run the system for a very long time, and I have. Just keep it running. 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery. It's a $20 battery. It's literally one of the cheapest batteries you could buy. It's a lawnmower battery, really. And, you know, you don't have to buy some expensive lithium ion battery that's like $60 or $80 and is very volatile and has, you know, all these hazards that you have to handle it carefully and keep it with in a temperature controlled environment. You can't get it too hot or too cold, you know, like all these. It's very temperamental and it's very unstable, lithium ion batteries. That's why I don't work with them. We work with lead acid batteries. I might be expanding on that, but to be honest, I've got plenty on my plate right here with working with these types of batteries, and they work brilliantly. We're going to get into all the results of my conditioned battery in a little bit, but going back to the Breakthrough Energy Movement Conference video that you see here, this really inspired me because up until this point, I wasn't fully convinced on the concept of free energy. I was very skeptical. Like, I was open-minded. I thought to myself, there might be something, but how could it be missed? Like, how can so many mainstream scientists claim that this is just impossible? And then I started to really look into it and notice some scientists with highly credentialed backgrounds, like Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, who was a physicist, like a lead physicist for the Navy. You know, like, he knew his shit, and he claimed that this was a real effect and that you could pull energy from the vacuum and that Tesla was doing it. So, you know, there were two sides to the coin here that I didn't initially see going into this, but I discovered while doing my research, and that's kind of what opened me up to being more open-minded to the idea. But I felt overall the topic wasn't getting proper attention. And really something inside my gut did always tell me that science is missing a fundamental piece of the picture, right? If we can't unify gravity with the other fundamental forces of nature, we must be really missing something fundamental there. So I wanted to find the easiest projects to replicate for verification, and this coil soon became the project I took on. And simultaneously, I was exploring other viable devices. You know, I had the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices, something that Daniel Nunez actually had going into this research. And that's why I got it, because he mentioned that's how he got into really his foot through the door in building these systems, is the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. And I found 2017 edition, which is the latest edition that I've ever been able to find. I haven't found a 2018 or later. And there was only like 2 copies or 3 copies on Amazon. So I scooped it up. So simultaneously, I was exploring these other viable devices, you know, in the realm of alternative energy. And then I found Jordan Collins' channel, Alchemical Science. And Jordan was talking about the Rodin coil. And that's really how I found his channel. But then he started talking about something called the thunderstorm generator. And I became convinced, after learning about this device, that these 2 devices in the areas of study I needed to invest my time into were learning about the thunderstorm generator and learning about the Rodin coil. So I was looking for some of Daniel's old videos, right? Expecting to find a huge library, but because he said in his presentation he had hundreds of videos, but when I looked, they were all gone on YouTube. Not a single one was available, but I did find one of the starter videos, one of his earlier videos on how to make one of the early versions of his coil. And that really changed everything, because that gave me a tutorial on how to make one of these. And they're not that hard to make. They're time consuming, but they're not that hard. Because the method, the method that Eric and Nunez used in the video, it wasn't mystical or complicated. It was actually relatively straightforward and simple. And I was like, if this is all we have to do, then we're really going to do this, because I figured, you know, why not? It seemed easy. It seemed like I was capable of doing it. So the next thing you know, I'm elbows deep replicating 2 of Daniel Nunez's setups with the Abha variation of the Rodin coil, but we use our own custom Dragon 7 frame. So this is not a proprietary frame. It's an open source frame you can find online. It's a very popular frame that people test with. I spent hours researching electromagnetic coils, circuits, physics, plasmoid behavior, anti-gravitics, basically grasping at any straw that could lead me to real answers. I eventually started to find more of Daniel Nunez's video re-uploads, and some of my colleagues found more of his videos as well. So once I got some coils built, we had a lot of information to try to recreate a couple of experiments. The first one was the stereo amplifier method, and the second one was a modified Joule Thief circuit. And the stereo amp required a simple home theater stereo amp to drive the coil. And soon after, my lab partner, Michel Morel at the time, my mentor, he whipped up a modified version of the Joule Thief variant, and we call it the Lightning Thief. And he put this on a nice little PCB for us to test with. It's very brilliant, because it doesn't just have a closed circuit method, it also has an open circuit method. Now, I'm not exactly sure how he has the open circuit wired. I have an idea of how it might be wired, but I haven't been able to get it to work. Right now, we've only been testing with the closed circuit method. So I believe once I have maybe the right capacitance to use with the open circuit method, I might be able to get that one to work as well. But as of right now, we've gotten all these phenomenal results with just 1/2 of this PCB circuit. So that's pretty interesting in its own right. So the Lightning Thief turned out to be one of my favorite circuits to work with. And the stereo amp turned out to be really the holy grail of free energy devices, because we were able to demonstrate something that I had not yet seen demonstrated anywhere online or theoretically in papers. It's such a unique effect, but when you think about it, it is the effect that you would immediately want to see if you had a hunch that maybe my system is my system actually charging itself while it's powering this device. If you're building a system and you you're trying to design it to charge itself while it's powering a device. Well, first of all, standard equilibrium thermodynamics tells you that that is impossible. Now, if you do a little more digging into physics and understand, the synthetic AC model that we've developed here on the channel, you will understand that these devices aren't following standard equilibrium thermodynamics. They're following non-equilibrium thermodynamics. So the stereo amp really proved to be the holy grail of free energy device proof. Because if you had a device that was charging itself while powering something, what's the one thing that you would immediately want to see? You would check your voltage, you would check your multimeter, turn it to the voltage setting, the DC voltage, and you would immediately see the voltage go up, right? That's how charging works. You add more to the bucket. And that's exactly what we saw when testing with a specific configuration using the stereo amp method. So this is very interesting. I want to go into this in a little bit, but spoiler alert, it is evidence, the first evidence that I've ever seen of a self-sustaining system. Not perpetual motion, but a system basically unaffected by the weight that it carries. So moving on to the evolution of my circuit designs. Actually, I think we're going to take a quick break. I think I'm going to take a quick break before we move on to part 3. We have a lot to go into tonight. We're going over all of my discoveries and breakthroughs. We're going over the synthetic AC model, how to condition a battery with negative electricity, everything. So Free Energy Friday is a delight tonight because you have it all. One-stop shop for free energy theory and practical application. With that, we're going to take a short break so I can catch my breath, and we'll be right back here on Beneficence TV and the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. Remember to hit that like button, share the stream with someone who would really appreciate it, and comment or engage in our live chat because it really helps. Any kind of engagement helps share this stream so that it gets out and it doesn't get restrained to one little tiny corner of YouTube. We want it to get everywhere. We want this information to spread to every corner of the internet. And with that, we'll be right back.
You might have heard a Joule Thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a Joule Thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt-hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt-hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, this system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing zero-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
Changing the system, treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
There lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir. I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait, you're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's PON certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem with suppression wasn't really how do I make free energy. It's how do I not get suppressed? What's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that zero-point energy field and creating a motive force.
That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's a huge amount of energy. It's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelf, so someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf.
This power is something I have given my life for you, the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 15-year leases on the lines and all the power transfers. Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
Shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum. And this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed, it put out more energy than it took in.
He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade scientists and inventors who refuse to be silenced.
There is absolutely no question that T. Henry Morey had a system that produced about 50 kilowatts out of a 55-pound box.
In the shadows of capitalism's dark secrets, join us on a thrilling new show. Get ready to be inspired, enraged, and empowered as we delve into the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices.
Only on Beneficence TV.
Why?
Welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. I'm your host, the Benefactor. We have a couple of chats, a couple of comments from chat. Oh! Organite Creations is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be doing an update, a very important update for Organite Creations. One of their recent breakthroughs and their experiments. I'm really excited to present that, but that's really at the end of the podcast, and I'm excited to have Organite Creations here on our podcast tonight. It is a real honor because Organite Creations does do experiments with the healing side of the coil, and I honestly don't know much about it, so they would be able to provide more information, and I might contact them regarding some ideas I have for some future experiments regarding that realm of things. Although we have to be careful on YouTube because they do like to flag some claims. So we're not making any claims. Again, I don't really make any claims regarding the coil and any medical benefits. I do know people experiment with the medicinal side of the coil's supposed healing properties, but I admit to not knowing much about that. So I haven't really even begun to look into that. I remain a little skeptical, but if anybody knows how to utilize this coil for healing properties, Organite Creations is the person. They have really a beautiful shop of hand-woven, intricate wrought-in coils that you can utilize for different purposes, and just beautiful work with these coils that they have on their shop. So real honor having you here with us tonight. They say for the healing side of utilizing a rodent coil, you can use it for PEMF therapy, which has over 10,000 studies proving the healing benefits of PEMF. 3,000 of them are your double-blind placebo studies. Interesting. I have to look into that. And also, specifically, we have to look into, which kind of, what would those studies targeting regarding healing? Were they targeting different ailments or, different variables that we have to account for? So we're going to go over all that data in due time. I think it's going to be interesting because, again, I don't know much about the subject, but I've been surprised about this coil at every turn. I got the coil working, and when I finally started seeing these interesting effects, some of them, like the reversal of the battery, that was just, I was like, what is going, what? And then I thought about it, I was like, wait a second, if the coil is doing what it should be doing, this is exactly what we're going to see. So, yeah, we're going to get into all those breakthroughs and discoveries in a little bit. But for now, I want to touch on the evolution of my circuit designs for the coils, because I quickly realized when doing this research and these experiments, I quickly realized copying circuits wasn't enough. We had to take these ideas further, and that's really, the reason behind building a model. Really, the synthetic AC model was constructed from the need to take this further, to understand, not just understand what's happening, but to build upon other people's ideas and improve upon these systems and the few systems and the little amount of information that we have about some of these working systems, to try to take it further. So I had to build them first, though. And, I have this new impulse driver circuit that's inspired by one of Daniel Nunez's circuit designs. He doesn't have really much information on the internet about the circuit. It's just appearing in a couple of, it's glimpsed a couple of times in a couple of videos briefly in a couple of his experiments that I think a couple of fans re-uploaded. So I, tried to reverse engineer that, and then I put my own spin on it, and I got it to work even more efficiently with introducing my resonance relay 2.0, and we'll get into the resonance relay, the difference between the 1.0 and the 2.0, and its use, its purpose in partitioning the energy effectively. So this isn't the only circuit I've been working with. This is a new circuit. The Lightning Thief is the primary circuit I've been working with over the last year or so. And so far, these two systems are already beating every other off-the-shelf inverter currently available on the market that I could get my hands on, or that I could study the spec sheets for. Specifically, 15 plus hours of decent lighting off of just 12.2 watt hours of energy. And I'm talking about a 40 watt panel, not fully lit, but about 10% bright. That's decent enough to light. This isn't 10%, by the way. This is a lot lower. I had to lower it because it's intense. It's 10%, or roughly 10% is enough to light this whole room, this big room that I have. So it's not enough to light my whole lab, to the point where sometimes I have to turn it down a little bit. 15 plus hours of decent lighting, brighter than this, off of just 12.2 watt hours of energy. And our control inverter only lasted about 3.5 hours. And we had to adjust for the same brightness, right? So the inverter is going to default to 100%. We hooked up some resistors, recalculating the efficiency. And I know the video that you saw in the intermission said 83%. That was a miscalculation. It's closer to about 73% efficient, but still, it's 73% efficient at that brightness with the resistors on, because the resistors add heat and they lower the efficiency. but we had to match the brightness. And I have a lux meter. We matched the exact brightness. It only lasted 3.5 hours. What the hell's going on? Even at, you know, like theoretical 100% efficiency, that inverter should last a lot longer if our system is abiding by the laws of equilibrium thermodynamics and getting lost. But it appears, and we can't calculate this mathematically yet, but appears to be getting a COP over 1, over unity of some extent. Might be 110% efficient. Might be 112. I don't know. I know it's not enough to loop back to itself. You need, for a self-sustaining system, you would need, like we see in the stereo amp method, you would need at least 200%, and that's assuming you have zero loss in your system. And that's assuming ideal conditions and a tolerance level that is nearly impossible to achieve. So realistically, you would need over 200% efficiency in your system in order to loop back into itself and hypothetically have a self-sustaining system. Again, not perpetual motion, but a system that is able to sustain itself until its parts wear out. So 15 plus hours off of just 12.2 watt hours of energy compared to a 73% efficient system that only gets 3.5 hours. That has to make you stop and wonder right there. Okay? So let's take a look at the benefits. Some of the benefits of the modified Joule Thief circuit. We were not this one. This is the impulse circuit. Let's take a look at the benefits of our Joule Thief circuit that we've been working with over the last year. So this is based off of one of Daniel Nunez's designs, and he got this design from the Practical Guide to Free Energy Devices. And basically, he just adjusted it for his coil, and we did the same. Michel Morel was the one who was able to get it adjusted for our coil designs here with our frame and specifications. And he put that on a PCB for us to test with. So the benefits of the impulse circuit over the standard Joule Thief circuit that we've been working with for the past year is that this impulse driver is utilizing 2 switches, one for each channel. So that allows for maximum control over efficiency, right? It's not a self-looping system, right? It's not a self-feedback system like we see in the Joule Thief, because we attach a pulse width modulator unit to it, and we can adjust the duty and the frequency. So we modified it using my synthetic AC model and optimized the circuit around my own understanding by implementing the resonance relay. And we'll get into that in a little bit. And this improved the efficiency, it improved the brightness. As we see in the traditional modified Joule Thief, the Lightning Thief circuit, it increased the brightness and didn't touch the battery, which is really important. So, but the improvement of the new system, the impulse driver circuit, over the old system is that it allows total control over frequency and duty cycle, which is a major improvement using our synthetic AC concepts to implement, right? So you have total control over the frequency. It's not a self-feedback system where the Joule Thief just naturally falls into the coil's natural resonant frequency, right? So whatever that is, for example, it was hard to tell if my coil was actually working properly. There was some kind of short in the coil because I had dropped it, and 2 of the leads where were taped together somehow, I guess, became touching inside the bundle, I'm assuming, because it changed the resistance of one of the channels. Now this changes the resonant frequency of the system, but the I didn't notice because the Lightning Thief system, the Joule Thief, just is a resonant system. It's a self-feedback system, so it just naturally falls into whatever resonance the resistance is of the coil, regardless of those shorts. It just changes the frequency. It adapts. So you can't see if there's a short. With this system, I noticed it right away, and I was like, oh crap, it's not working. I adjusted the bundle a little bit, I tapped it, and noticed it just turned on. And it started working a lot better on the other system as well. So this system is not only more efficient and more versatile, it is also a great diagnostic system to tell if your coil is actually still working. If you say you have an old coil with a bundle that's old, or you dropped it or something, you want to make sure it works properly. This is a great diagnostic system to tell if that coil is actually still in operation. So that's wonderful. I love this new system. It's proving to be very, very versatile and easy to use. I have my own twists on it that we're going to get into in a minute, but I'm not going to go over the whole circuit tonight. We will eventually on a future live stream, because I want to have a proper simulator up on the Falstad simulation program for you guys to follow along visually. It also helps with my own presentation and relaying the information properly in a organized manner, because I know sometimes I can get a little disorganized in my thoughts. So this is, really a circuit, though, that kind of bridges Daniel Nunez's research with my own, because it is based off of one of his circuits. The guy was brilliant. He basically developed everything we know about the coil, all the circuits that make it efficient. He tested all these different interesting systems. Like, he had a solar panel hooked up to his coil, and it was hooked up to the outdoor lighting in his yard, and it was hooked up in a way where the battery, it would just recharge itself, and it never needed to be charged on the grid, right? You never needed to hook up to the grid, because the efficiency of the coil was enough to sustain it indefinitely, or at least until something broke inside the system. So that was mind-blowing. That right there is extremely useful, especially if the grid goes down. Again, we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have a stable economy right now. Our president said himself, it was probably a Freudian slip of some sort, but he said, maybe due to his dementia, he's losing it. He's not able to hold back the information that he used to. But he said we only have 4 weeks of reserve for our nation's oil. And if, the political situation remains where our oil is essentially cut off, those prices are going to quickly rise when our supply runs out. And specifically, what they do in that situation, especially places that still operate off of coal or gas, they shut down parts of the grid for certain parts of the day to save energy. They kind of disperse the energy a little more evenly that day, but your neighborhood might be shut off for a day, and that neighborhood might be shut off for a day. So these kinds of off-the-grid systems are extremely important, especially in this political climate that we see ourselves in. But I digress. Let's get back to reverse engineering these systems, because we've made some remarkable discoveries while experimenting with these vortex coils in various setups. Some that are unique, some that are replicated. We've had some really amazing breakthroughs, specifically something I haven't seen yet ever on all the videos that I've seen. And most of the videos that we see of these coil experiments, like Daniel Nunez or some of his followers, they're like from 10 years ago. I don't think anybody's done anything for a while, because honestly, I think what had happened was they were measuring these systems' efficiency with standard RMS meters, and you just can't do that. We found, I quickly found out you just can't do that. And Bedini warned us about this. You can't measure this type of energy using standard meters. So if you're getting an over unity effect, you're seeing the system produce enormous gains compared to standard off-the-shelf components. But at the same time, you can't capture it mathematically. You can't prove it to an engineer that this is getting a COP over 1 And we're going to get into this. This is a huge, huge problem, but I think it's what discouraged a lot of these earlier experimenters, is they were expecting to see, oh, this is supposed to be over unity, but the math says it's not. And I think there's a really important reason for that. Specifically, we call it the RMS blind spot. And again, we're going to go into that in a little bit, but for now, I want to talk about an experiment that I'd not seen previously. And that's specifically, we've seen a lot of experiments with the modified Joule Thief on the Rodin coil, right? On the Vortex coil. But I have never seen somebody use two modified Joule Thieves, one with their, each with their own coil, hooked up in an wireless induction type configuration. And what I mean by this is I call this configuration the Dual Thief. So we have one coil hooked up to one Joule Thief circuit that's hooked up to a battery, a source. And then we have another coil that's sitting on top of the primary coil, hooked up to its own separate Joule Thief circuit, but that's not hooked up to the source battery. That's just wirelessly, by wireless induction, it's powering the circuit. And we tie the two outputs together, and what happens? It doubles the brightness without affecting the battery. Like, the battery still remains relatively linear at around 15 to 20 millivolts per hour drain on the battery, which is phenomenal. And we've tested this at length on the system, so it's not just something that happens real quickly or for a short period of time. It's a stabilized effect. And we're going to watch a video of this in a minute. As soon as I can load it up. All right, so we have the Lightning Thief running this 32-watt LED panel, which is pretty impressive, off of this 12-volt battery. It's actually a 40-watt drain. It's been running for about 30 minutes. And it started at 12.34. Might have been 12.35. But we're going to keep an eye on this, see what the rate of drainage is, the rate of energy consumption. You can see, let's disconnect this real quick. So the Lightning Thief works. It's inducing this wirelessly, so she works. So in this configuration, I did not have the Dual Thief. It was just using a second coil with a little LED connected to it because I wanted to see if it would induce anything at all. And it did. And this led me to think, oh, what if I hook up a whole nother Lightning Thief circuit to this coil, not touching the battery, but just hook it up and see if it outputs anything. I tied the two outputs together, and we're about to see what happens. Here's something really cool. Both Joule Thieves are hooked up. We call this the Dual Thief setup. Once I unplug one of them, though, watch this. Check out the brightness. It goes back to being crap. Look at that. That's one coil. That was always what it was with one coil. And now we have two coils. And the second one's not touching the battery. And look how much brighter that is. Induction. So I'll read this real quick. It says, the Dual Thief system seems to be maintaining the same time frame as the single coil for reaching 11.5 volts, indicating the potential to double the brightness without affecting the runtime of the system. It's drawing more current of approximately, it's drawing more current from the battery, but at the same time, or at the same speed of approximately 59 hours from 12.34 volts to 11.5 volts on a 12 volt 20 amp hour battery. So you compare this to the inverter, which only runs for about 38 hours at 98 or 96% efficiency. And actually that number might be a little lower, but that's roughly the numbers for the inverter that I have. So we're comparing the runtime. It literally doubled the brightness without really affecting the battery. And we're going to go into the interesting meter readings that we find with this method as well in the next few videos. Ah, the 0-point energy generator Mark 1. Good old days. It seems like this was forever ago, but this was really only like a little over a year ago. Alright, we have another video.
Alright guys, so I have the PCB version running, humming, singing so loudly with the resonance relay on the positive, making it hum so loud, and the 40-watt panel is about 6.5% bright, very bright compared to what it was without the resonance relay. And we have the dual thief. Look at that. The secondary coil, check this out, tuning it, not only produces voltage extra in the dual thief, but we also get extra voltage as indicated.
So those aren't just simple LEDs. Those are neon lamps. The voltage requirement, the threshold to excite them is like, for the lowest one is 60 volts or something like that. So that is wirelessly inducing at least 60 volts into a secondary coil without touching the battery. That is incredible in and of itself. But let's continue.
By the neon lamp here in the primary. And here it's a lot louder. Okay, so let's take a look at the AC signal. So we have 65, 64 milliamps AC coming out of the battery. And let's detune that. Oh, look at that. It's like it's holding the charge a little bit. And look at that, 46 milliamps when it's out of tune. We'll tune it again. Hear that? 69 milliamps. All right, I plugged in while it was tuning, or in tune, the dual thief, plugged it in, and the lights went immediately dim, but it started humming a lot louder. Let's mess with this a little bit. Oh, there we go. Haha. Oh, shit. Now it's back to where it was. 72 milliamps now on the draw.
You know, looking back at this, I could have been getting a little bit of different results each time I did that test if there was a short in the coil. I can't remember if that was around the time that I dropped it or not, but without that diagnostic tool that I have now, I wouldn't have known, because it just finds that new resonant frequency automatically. So that's interesting, because it does affect the efficiency quite a bit. If you have a short in the system, obviously it's going to affect the efficiency, because you want the channels to be exactly the same in resistance.
So it might be a little bit brighter. I think it might be a little bit brighter. It's hard to say without the lux meter. We'll take some lux readings in the next video. This is very cool. Very cool. Let's go all the way. If we all the way detune it, still 72. So Organite Creation says, using multiple different frequencies that correspond with each other will generate a full coherent PEMF field that is quite different from your normal PEMF therapy device. Yes, we've seen this with Sheila Raman's presentation in the Cosmic Summit. You can, and also I think Organite Creations did this as well on their channel. You have these on the oscilloscope, these magnificent coherent waveforms that produce like these really intricate, almost sacred geometry type patterns. But they're like circles. They like imagine like a waveform, only it circles back on itself. It's really crazy, the way they kind of combine and to produce like this singularity. So yeah, he's absolutely right, or he or she, they're absolutely right. The rodent coil just has this ability to mash together those frequencies if they're correctly in harmonic of one another. So as long as like you have, say, one frequency that's a harmonic or a subharmonic of that frequency, you can put in two different frequencies into the coils, two different channels, or if you have more channels. This is what we can do with the impulse driver circuit. We can actually control with the pulse width modulator unit that I have. You can actually, it's a dual channel modulator, so you can actually set it up in a way that you can put two different frequencies in there, and maybe that's the way that we can see this coherent waveform that Organite Creations had on their channel, and Sheila Raman did in their her presentation at the Cosmic Summit, because that was really interesting, and I still don't really understand how they set it up. I have an idea, but so far I haven't been able to do it. I do have a high-speed oscilloscope capable of producing that effect, though, or capturing that effect. So I really want to get that experiment working as well. Technically, this whole range is in tune, and then for the dual thief, and then detunes like that, and it goes. Oh, it goes up. Wow, look at that. Or no, it goes down. Sorry. Yeah, no, it went up. 83. That makes sense. See, this makes sense because. So this might have been the coil previously was shorted out, and maybe this is maybe I bumped it or something, and it started working. Also, thermal expansion can affect that. Like if there's two wires that are close together, or maybe the tape slides, and they actually, the wires will expand under thermal expansion, and they'll shift, and maybe two of them touch each other on accident. These things over time happen. If you have like a temporary bundle of wire like I have, where you just, kind of don't have them soldered, they're just twisted together and taped. So it kind of prevents them from touching. But again, thermal expansion might short the coil out, depending on how old the coil is and how you tied off the bundle. And I think this is what happened with my system for a while, and I just couldn't see it. Because here we see an effect that we want to see. It's something that we expect to see, but it's an anomaly. It's something that you wouldn't expect to see in a traditional system. Because when it's humming louder, that means it's storing more energy. You don't want it to store the energy. You want it to gather the energy, store it for a second, and then discharge. So we discharge it now. Nice. So that's me detuning it. It was at 83 milliamps output on the battery. And then when it was tuned and the brightness increased or doubled, the milliamps went down to 72 milliamps on the battery. It's the opposite of what we traditionally see or expect to see in a system like that. But, maybe the extra voltage is producing the brightness.
at any rate, it doesn't seem to be affecting the drain on the battery. And there are reasons for this that we'll get into in a few minutes regarding the return path of the Joule Thief circuit and other oscillation type circuits for these systems, specifically using synthetic AC. But for now, we have, I think, one more video on this topic that I'd like to show.
Okay, I have the Joule Thief set up with 2 resonance relays. And check this out. So it's detuned. Okay, so you hear it really, really loud. The coil is saturated. 65 milliamps coming right out of the negative from the PCB, which is very unusual because we're only measuring about 10 milliamps on the positive. So watch this though. 65 milliamps coming out of the negative from the PCB to the light source. And look what's coming out of the positive of the battery. 64, 65. Which is insane. Now watch this.
Okay, so there's the missing piece of information. We compared that increase. So you could say, okay, maybe it was an increase in voltage at the sacrificing of some milliamps, which is how, the law, or Ohm's law works, right? So you want to flip that idea with these types of systems, because what we're seeing here is essentially the current being maintained from the output of the battery to the output of the light source. It is the same. But when we tune that second circuit that's wirelessly inducing the energy into the second system, it's not touching the battery, it's actually staying the same while increasing the voltage. So it's maintaining the current while it's basically increasing the voltage, which just shouldn't happen, but we're picking it up. And again, this is using RMS, which, even after everything we've discussed, RMS is a huge blind spot. And we're going to touch on this when I go into the synthetic AC model, but the RMS blind spot, even with the averaging blind spot that we use with our standard meters, we're getting this maintaining of the current while increasing voltage. It is extraordinary. Like, this is a very significant effect that I think is important to document. So I'm going to tune it. It gets brighter because we're using that energy instead of it just stored. Right, so an important bit of context here is that when you hear your Rodin coil actually humming, it is being excited, it is in resonance, but that sound is the sound of a lot of that energy being wasted. Like, I honestly, and this isn't a term that's in classical science, it's really something that you really only hear in sci-fi, but I basically call it a resonance cascade because that's what it is. It's the resonance building, the energy's building with nowhere to go. You don't have an outlet for it. It's just building, and because it's building so much, it's cascading, building on top of each other, each previous wave, a pulse, and as it's doing that, it's vibrating the molecules in the conductor. And that's my theory, at least, and that's why it's ringing. And you also hear the transistor ringing as well. But the coil itself hums. And if it's humming, it's in resonance, but again, it's a resonance cascade. And that's something that you don't want to hold on to. It's a good starting point. It's a good indicator that your coil's being excited. But at the same time, you need to dump that energy. You need to quiet that as much as possible. I don't know if it's possible to eliminate the sound entirely. I don't think I've been able to do that. I still hear a very, very faint hum when I put my ear up to it close when it's highly tuned, but you get that down, and it seems as you decrease the volume of that hum in your coil, however you do it in the system, we're using concepts from the synthetic AC model I've developed. But if you get that volume down, it will apparently increase the efficiency of your system because you're dumping that energy somewhere, right? You're not just building it with nowhere to go and it's, just vibrating in place. So I think that's an important caveat and a side note of context here.
And saturating the coil. So check this out. So we tuned it like this. And look, it goes down to 48 on the draw of the battery, 45, 44. But not only that, look at this, the negative coming.
So society says cascade is more like one trigger, one event triggers a chain of 1,000 similar events. That's exactly it. You have one pulse that's combining with another pulse, and it's creating another pulse that's greater than itself, and then greater than itself, and greater and greater and greater. So it builds upon itself. It's a wave that builds upon itself. That's exactly what a cascade is, in my opinion, a resonance cascade. And we can accurately define it in the system. And honestly, it makes me kind of wonder, who the fuck put that in Half-Life? Who put resonance cascade in Half-Life? Whoever did that had to have some kind of, inside knowledge about some kind of resonance system like this, because it is a real effect. And I don't know, it's the most accurate label that I've been able to find for the effect that we see, because it's not just the transistor humming, right? If it was just the transistor humming, it's one thing, but it's the actual it's the transistor and the coil, so that you can actually hear the coil. You put your ear up to it, it's the coil too. So very interesting.
Right out of the PCB to the load, 47 milliamps coming out of the negative to the load. 46, 45.
See, it's the same. It increased the brightness.
So we're getting about 2
and maintained
milliamps
the current
extra on the negative
with the F
rail to the
Holy
load
shit.
from the PCB.
God damn.
This is insane.
It is insane.
Now, if you monitor the positive, we don't really get that. We get about 10, 11 milliamps. Crazy.
Now again, how accurate this is, I have no idea, because we're using RMS and it's a huge blind spot for pulsed energy, but it is an interesting anomaly that we have to pay attention to. Again, these anomalies are pieces of a puzzle, and we're trying to piece together this big picture to understand why these things are happening in the system, because they don't happen in traditional systems. Traditional inverters just don't do this sort of thing. They produce all sorts of heat. They abide by the standard laws of engineering, like Ohm's law and Lenz's law. They don't show all these anomalies, and we have to try to understand them if we're going to improve these systems and roll them out for public use. So, moving right along. Part 5. The Wattman reduction. I think I want to take a quick break before we go into this, because it is a big section, but it's an important section. It's literally the holy grail of some of the research that we do with free energy. Again, I kind of mentioned this before. If you were looking for an effect that you were getting energy from the vacuum or an environmental gradient of some sort, if you were looking for that extra energy in your system, this is exactly the effect that you would want to see. And Daniel Nunez saw it in one of his videos, only with 1 watt, but he saw the effect. And I saw that, I was like, maybe I can improve upon that idea in a way where we can actually demonstrate, oh, this shouldn't be happening. Where is this extra energy coming from? So, spoiler alert, we got a 33 watt reduction, and we're going to be right back with that important section of the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices right here on Beneficence TV. Again, if you haven't hit the like button or shared the stream with someone who would appreciate it, please do so now. Any kind of engagement, even comments or little heart emojis, help out with the live stream. Every time you comment or hit the like button, the algorithm shares this content with 10 potential people who might view it and stick around for the live stream as well. So keep that in mind. Every interaction that you do on this channel matters. It is a community effort after all, as everything I do here on the channel. And we appreciate all your love and support. We'll be right back.
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo, and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it, you are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview, goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay. So I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context. And this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
Have you heard about this Benefactor guy? This dude is talking about free energy, but here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which first off is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding, but what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy, and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently.
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So... You know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the
down all the lines. And it's fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from it either, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he won't be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of the lab, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, but neck, the taste clear, and I find the stream. You're just chasing a spin. But Michael smiled wide with fire in his eyes. Watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl, spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he won't be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. Can't prove your theory, it's just not right. Girl, spin back,
majestic moments in cosmic flight. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes and ancient ways. Unifying one reflection, with the beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone feels the goodness of meditation. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unifying one reflection, with every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation.
Invasion left alone with my mind. Stable theories, they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd, I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aids of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy.
All right, welcome, and welcome back to the Benefactor's Guide to Free Energy Devices. I'm your host, the Benefactor. And congratulations to the 5 new members that we gifted new memberships to, including E. Lime Signs, Keegan Harris, Brad Erickson, Nathan Joseph, and Ulysses T2C. Congratulations. There's some real gems in the members section, but there's even more to come. So don't forget to grab your membership if you don't have one already. It's also a great way to help out fund the channel, because you must remember, and I must remind myself, that even a benefactor needs benefactors from time to time. So thank you all so much for your love and support. It really helps out in fueling this channel, not only with funds, but also with love and hope. Those also motivate me with your lovely comments, suggestions, and hilarious insights. Some of you guys are funny as hell. And we're going to go into part 5 of our podcast tonight, which is Daniel Nunez's 1 watt reduction experiment. Now, I don't have the video, but I do have a star-shaped coil with a similar rotary that Daniel used. So he used a cylindrical magnet attached to a physical bar, like a standard rotary. My extension of this experiment was a little bit different. We'll go into that in a minute. But I wanted to give you an idea of what he did because I couldn't find the exact video. Eventually, I'll find it somewhere in my archives. But I didn't have time to look through everything in short notice, putting this all together. Because I wasn't even sure I was going to do this podcast tonight. But Daniel Nunez used a coil, a vortex coil, specifically one of his own PoE designs. Not like this star-shaped coil. This is a different coil. But he used one similar to the vortex coils that we use. And he used a magnetic rotary very similar to the one we have on this star-shaped setup. So this is a traditional star-shaped, they call it the Starship coil. It's a variant of the rodent coil. And I bought this online for a steal. It was like $40. And I was like, this is on sale or something. I have to grab this. So I did. And it's a really great demonstration utility to facilitate some of these ideas that we talk about. But this is exactly the type of rotary. And I'm going to put it up to the screen with I have a little portable battery. And what we do here is just plug it into the battery and give the magnet a little push. And you'll see the arrow. I have markings on the actual magnet, the rotary, so you can see it spin. It's very efficient. And it spins very fast. Like, I actually have to have it taped down or, you know, with a sticky adhesive of some sort because it does vibrate and it'll move on my table. So it's very powerful for the amount of low energy that it uses. And it's a great demonstration utility. I'm going to put it up to the screen. Battery. I unplugged it. It's going to stop. Very cool. Very cool. But he used the same exact setup, just with a different coil. And he hooked it up to a Wattman meter. And he was driving, I believe, this setup. The circuit he was using, I think he was using the stereo amp method, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he ever said in the video, but I kind of infer, just based on my own experiments, that he might have been using the stereo amp method to do this. Now, what Daniel Nunez witnessed in this test on the Wattman, you know, he hooked the Wattman meter, measures the output of the grid, you know, the power that you're consuming from the grid. And it calculates the voltage in amperage and puts it in watts. So it tells you exactly like the amount of power transfer that's happening, which is what wattage is, watts measure, power transfer. Now, if you want to measure actual units of work, you measure in joules, but we'll get to that in a minute. Actually, more like probably an hour, based on how this podcast is going. There's a lot of information to cover tonight. But he witnessed on the Wattman meter, when he spun up the neodymium magnet, the rotary, a 1 watt reduction in power consumption. So the setup was consuming, I don't remember exactly what it was, but let's say theoretically 20 watts. On the Wattman meter was registering 20 watts before he spun up the magnetic rotary. Then he spun it up and it lowered by 1 watt immediately. Now I saw this and I was like, this is very interesting. I wonder if we can expand on this experiment at all. And we did. And with this new expansion to the setup, we experienced a whopping 33 watt reduction. We're going to go over this in a video right now. As soon as I can get my producer over here to tab out. Yep. Producer's me, by the way. There we go. Is this it? Oh, that's it. Okay.
All right, everybody, here's something really cool. We have the stereo method hooked up right now. Okay, 10 volts from our power supply at 140 milliamps, okay? We're gonna spin this little neodymium magnet and we're gonna monitor the wattage, okay? Oh, it's not gonna show it. Oh, you gotta show it. There we go. Okay. So, 7.3 because we don't have it on. We're gonna turn it up. Check this out. Here, let me take that. I'm gonna take them.
So just for full context, 7.3 is just the power that the power supply is requiring to start. So the power supply is on. It's drawing 7.3 watts from the wall. We have the power supply hooked up to a little mini stereo amp board, a Drox mini board, and that's like a 40 watt board. So at full gain, you turn the knob up, volume knob up fully, you should be consuming around 38 to 40 watts from the wall, which is what we did see. But look at this. As soon as we put the right frequencies in and spin up the sphere properly, tune it, as I call it,
magnet out first.
Watch what happens to the readings on the watt meter.
First, if we're going to turn it on, I'm turning it up. Look at the watt consumption, 24 watts, okay? Now watch this.
The gain wasn't all the way up, by the way. It's like halfway
We're
up.
going to put the neodymium magnet in there, spin it up, increase the frequency. Check this out. Wow. And then it goes back up.
And that's not even all the way up. When we turn it all the way up, we get a 33 watt reduction. 33 fucking watts reduced by spinning that neodymium sphere. At a certain point, I was asking myself, where the hell is that extra energy coming from? We have to try this on a battery to really fully see what's going on. Because if it's doing what I think it's doing, we're going to see something really interesting. And spoiler alert, we did. So now we take a look at one of my favorite experiments. Something that I'm really proud to have documented for the first time. Battery reversal while under active load. So let's take a look at this video here. Oh, I might have to get up. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Here's the mini board. We're going to put a frequency from the generator on the laptop into the board and spin the sphere up inside this container. and hopefully get this to actually increase. Let's see, we have the buck boost converter here. Negatively conditioned battery on the third cycle. It is at 13.23 volts. So I think it's about time we start. Interesting. Oh, here we go. The caption reads, "This is a battery reversing its voltage potential while powering a device. Under no circumstance should this happen based on mainstream electrodynamic models." If you have something like this happening, generally it's like a surface level effect and it only happens for a few seconds. It's not something that's actively stable and based on the mechanical spinning of this rotary. Alright, tune it up. The caption now reads, "By introducing a new model, my synthetic AC model, we can rectify this clear contradiction by differentiating between closed and open systems using a new set of thermodynamic principles called non-equilibrium thermodynamics." We're at 74 hertz, and it is not climbing. To put this in perspective, this effect could allow your phone to charge itself indefinitely. No grid or outside power required. We are losing power. Interesting. Oh, you hear it? So we have to synchronize this rotary properly. There's a tuning process here. And watch what happens when we get it correct. $80 hertz. Oh, it's climbing. It's climbing. There you go. You can hear it's I think it's going to desynchronize. Yeah. You hear it? It got a little slower. Interesting. And watch 12.57, take it out. Oh, it's still spinning. It just stops. So it jumps down to a lower shelf. It's at 12.51 now. Let's go back down and tune it up, see if we can get it to go higher. $83 hertz. It is climbing. $12.7. Wow. It's climbing quite a bit. Come on, baby. Interesting. I'm just going to let it play out and see what happens. So I had to place the neodymium sphere containment, the shot glass I had it in, further down into the donut because it was kind of sticking up a little bit.
I don't think I should touch it.
Seemed to synchronize a lot better that way. Placement of the neodymium sphere and frequency tuning is important. Because once it desynchronizes, it doesn't climb anymore. But you can audibly hear it when it desynchronizes, indicating that that climbing effect is directly linked to the mechanical synchronization of the neodymium sphere spinning at a specific RPM and synchronized with the collapse and the collapse of the electromagnetic field of the coil. So, another thing that's important to indicate is that when the neodymium sphere desynchronizes, but it's still spinning, it is still at a higher shelf, although it's decreasing in voltage on the battery, it's draining the battery, it's a lot slower than when you just take the neodymium sphere out of the coil and leave the frequency on with no magnet inside the coil. It goes way down. It goes down to a way lower shelf and then starts to decrease from there, indicating that that magnet is producing some kind of additional pressure, voltage potential, induction in the system, or introduced into the system somehow. Those two are directly linked, and this is what that effect essentially proves. Everything's open source, by the way, so if you want to replicate this experiment, I explain exactly how to do it in my do-it-yourself guide linked in the description of all my videos. Please, I implore you to check it out if you're interested in independent verification, because it really helps me out here. This is an important effect. This is the holy grail of free energy research, because it is evidence that we have the potential of a self-sustaining effect, meaning not perpetual motion, but an effect where the system is capable of sustaining itself, not affected by the weight that it carries.
Let's try it one more time.
So this was a very proud moment in my, last 2+ years of research into this vortex coil and fringe science. But now we go into the real heart of the breakthroughs from my research, which is the synthetic AC model. And that really does help break down some of the more hard to understand concepts of, say, vortex-based math, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden's asymmetric regauging principles, John Bedini's capture of the back EMF, radiant spike, the H-wave, all these different areas, even Nikola Tesla's impulse technology. The synthetic AC model, it really is kind of like a bridge that lets standard electrical engineers and physicists studying, the physics of electrodynamics and in electrical systems, it lets them really understand why these coils are so unique. These anomalies suddenly stop becoming anomalies. They become predictable effects that we can understand, predict, and manipulate, modify, enhance, improve upon, develop. So we're going to jump into the synthetic AC explainer video, part 1 and part 2. And this is really the heart of the breakthroughs recently for my independent research into the rodent coil. And honestly, it is still mind-bending to me, these concepts. I'm still having my having a hard time wrapping my head around all of them, simply because they're not fully developed and I have so many questions. But the model is very coherent. It displays a remarkable consistency, both internally and externally. When you apply it to other systems outside of what we've tested theoretically, it all makes sense. Conceptually, it makes sense. It explains all of the unique effects of these rodent coils that we've been working with. And we're going to go into the part 1 of the explainer video right now as soon as I find it. I think this is it. Yep.
Terrifying question. What if Welcome to the explainer. Let's just dive right in today and ask a slightly terrifying question. What if mainstream engineering has been measuring electricity completely wrong for the last century? We are unpacking some incredible research today covering the synthetic AC model, and it really challenges the very foundation of how we measure energy. So, buckle up.
We're going on a bit of a historical mystery tour today, tracing all the way back to Nikola Tesla's overlooked late-stage impulse technology. You see, a lot of Tesla's most advanced work, the stuff packed away in those missing trunks, has been widely ignored or just flat-out misunderstood. The model we're exploring today suggests the answers to our modern energy limits might actually lie in a fundamental misunderstanding of thermodynamics. We've essentially been trying to solve a giant puzzle with half the pieces missing.
First things first, we've got to methodically break down a massive misconception, which is the idea that all electrical systems are closed. Standard electrical engineering treats everything like stagnant water in a sealed pot. It's a closed system governed by equilibrium thermodynamics, where energy basically just goes to die as heat. But doing that completely ignores non-equilibrium open systems that interact with environmental gradients. Think of it like a persistent whirlpool. It maintains a structure continuously because it's drawing from the surrounding environment. Our entire analysis today focuses strictly on these open systems.
And that brings us to this incredible quote from Tesla himself in 1892, which perfectly anchors our mystery. Mainstream science basically shrugged and ignored Tesla's transition from traditional alternating current over to high-frequency pulse-based DC. Tesla realized he could use capacitor discharges to create these incredibly sharp, ultra-fast impulses. He repeatedly warned that standard measurement tools completely failed to capture these non-sinusoidal impulse phenomena because, you see, the magic isn't in the slow wave, it's in the snap.
So here is where the great deception happens. It's what we call the RMS blind spot. Standard multimeters and averaging oscilloscopes, they don't actually look at reality in real time. They use a mathematical smoothing tool called root mean square, or RMS. Think of RMS like a giant statistical blender. It takes all those sharp, high-energy radiant spikes and literally blends them out into this gentle artificial mean. It completely hides the true potential of those sharp impulses, essentially blinding us to the actual energy dynamics going on.
But when you actually zoom in, it's a completely different story. On a macro scale, the emergent waveform looks like a beautifully smooth traditional sine wave. But zoom into the micro scale, and we reveal chaotic, high-energy microspikes in a zero-point convergence. Standard RMS measurements completely ignore this microscale field interaction, meaning that smooth sine wave everybody relies on is really just an illusion created by measurement bandwidth?
Okay, let's break down the synthetic AC model with a simple analogy. True AC is a single event. It's like water sloshing back and forth in a pipe, constantly fighting its own momentum and generating heat. Synthetic AC, on the other hand, is a sequenced choreography of independent, time asymmetric events. Imagine two people playfully taking turns firing ping-pong balls into a central zone. They aren't fighting each other. This aligns perfectly with Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden's asymmetric regauging principles, where we are completely separating the forward and backward components.
This is a massive taxonomy correction at the heart of this research. Classical AC from a rotating generator and synthetic AC from asymmetric pulses might yield the exact same RMS voltage on your standard meter. But how they release energy, how they interact with the environment, and how they perform work under a load are radically different from one another. It just goes to show that two waveforms looking absolutely identical can actually carry energy in totally different ways.
Right, so how does this actually extract energy? Well, the mechanism is called field cavitation. By utilizing very specific geometry, like a three-dimensional vortex coil, which is basically an extension of Tesla's pancake coil, and combining that with time asymmetric switching, the system creates a massive pressure drop. Just like cavitation in fluid creates a void that water rushes to fill, field cavitation creates an energetic void. The environment rushes in to re-equilibrate, allowing the system to spatially partition the forward and backward energy components so they never fight each other. Here's the really crucial part. We can actually capture and separate these pathways. Using a high-speed diode, this system geometrically guides the forward 10 volts directly to the load to do real work. Meanwhile, that massive 168-volt negative radiant collapse spike, which mainstream engineers usually just dismiss as annoying noise, is sent safely back to the battery along an entirely separate pathway. So one path preserves the dipole and the other restores it.
Section 1. The new mathematics. Using their math against them.
Now, for the engineers out there demanding some rigor, we're going to use mainstream calculus right back against the standard consensus to mathematically capture this partitioned energy.
To do this, we have to correct the coefficient of performance, or COP, equation. Step 1, we abandon RMS completely. Step 2, we strictly calculate the forward path and the backward recovery path as completely independent thermodynamic events. And step 3, we combine them into a unified equation.
This quote right here is basically the mathematical linchpin. Joules can be added linearly. RMS values cannot. By converting to instantaneous power integration over time, measured in absolute units of work, which are joules, we create a rigid, indisputable framework. By sampling at incredibly high frequencies, we literally account for every microscopic point in time. It proves mathematically if a system is successfully harvesting from an environmental gradient, all without violating closed system math. It's an argument so airtight, mainstream engineers can't really fight it.
Section 2. The Holy Grail. Real-world lab evidence.
All right, theory and math are fantastic, but let's look at a dramatic, real-world lab result achieved using a stereo amp setup coupled with this specific coil geometry. They actually achieved what is often considered the ultimate holy grail of physics, battery reversal under load. By capturing that massive back EMF and feeding it back as a structured impulse, the battery's voltage actually increased. The battery was actively recharging while simultaneously powering a spinning magnetic load. That is concrete, undeniable evidence that when you stop treating a system as closed, incredible efficiencies emerge.
We need to frame this really carefully, though. We are not talking about perpetual motion. Historically, that term has just been used as a pejorative to discredit these kinds of devices. Obviously, physical parts like bearings and batteries will eventually run down or wear out. The tolerances for true perpetual motion would be astronomically impractical. Instead, we call it a self-sustaining system. It's a machine unaffected by the weight it carries, effectively running on the environmental energy drawn in through that field cavitation we talked about earlier.
So, moving forward, if you're working with impulse technology, you absolutely need to utilize this synthetic AC framework instead of relying on the RMS blind spot, which drastically underestimates your system's true potential. You have the mathematical framework now to capture it in joules and empirically state what is happening. Just remember Tesla's words. It's not the quantity of energy that matters for this effect, but the suddenness of its release. Which leaves us with one final, pretty provocative question. If we've been blinded by our own standard meters for a century, what else is just waiting to be uncovered?
So I believe that quote was actually from Lord Kelvin, not Tesla. But Tesla did speak in those terms as well. So we're going to move on to the part 2 of the synthetic AC model, which dives a little bit more into the model regarding field cavitation.
Welcome to today's explainer. Let's dive right in. Have you ever suspected that our standard measurement tools are, well, completely failing to capture the true efficiency of nonlinear, open energy systems? More importantly, how do we mathematically prove they're missing the big picture? Today, we're unpacking a really fascinating peer-reviewed proposal aimed directly at electrical engineers. We're looking at the synthetic AC model. It's a groundbreaking framework that literally challenges the foundation of how we measure electrical efficiency. Here's our agenda for today. We'll start with the RMS measurement problem, then move into building on Bearden and Bedini. After that, true versus synthetic AC, followed by partitioning energy events. Then we'll look at the corrected COPE methodology, and finally wrap up with field cavitation and geometry. Section 1. The RMS measurement problem. So, to kick things off, we absolutely have to address a glaring mathematical blind spot built right into standard engineering tools. If we miss this, the whole model falls apart. Mainstream tools rely heavily on the root mean square, or RMS formula. But here's the catch. RMS acts kind of like a statistical blender. It takes these sharp, high-energy spikes, like a sudden reactive negative 168-volt output, and artificially smooths them out into this gentle, artificial average. Because you're dealing with squaring and square root operations, RMS values just don't obey linear addition. They effectively mask the raw, instantaneous reality of what the energy is actually doing in the circuit. And the root of this error? It's pretty profound. Standard engineering treats open, non-equilibrium systems as if they're governed by equilibrium thermodynamics. It's like looking at stagnant water in a sealed pot, uniform temperature, zero net flow. But these nonlinear systems, they're totally open. You really have to think of them more like a persistent whirlpool that's continuously maintained by environmental gradients. If you try to use closed system math on an open system whirlpool, you are always going to get the wrong answer. Which brings us to Section 2, building on Bearden and Bedini. To actually build a correct mathematical framework for these open systems, we get to stand on the shoulders of the pioneers who first spotted these anomalies. This methodology doesn't just pull ideas out of thin air. Instead, it unites proven concepts. It takes Tom Bearden's brilliant work on dipole preservation and asymmetric regauging and weaves it seamlessly with John Bedini's pulse motor principles and his capture of the radiant collapse component. Add in Tesla's time asymmetric impulse technology, and we're combining all these foundational observations into one incredibly coherent, measurable, and rigorously mathematical framework.
Moving right along to Section 3, True versus Synthetic AC.
This is where we hit a really critical taxonomy correction. We have got to separate actual alternating current from synthetically constructed bidirectional waveforms. Think of true AC like a closed pipe where water is shoved forward and then yanked back along the exact same path. It's constantly fighting its own momentum, which creates friction and heat. Every forward push gets completely undone by the backward pull. But synthetic AC? It's like two people taking turns firing ping pong balls into a central zone. It's an open, carefully choreographed sequence of totally independent, time asymmetric events. It isn't just reversing, it's sequencing. And understanding this difference highlights exactly why that RMS blind spot is so dangerous. If you compare classical AC to synthetic AC, the two waveforms might look completely identical on an RMS meter, literally indistinguishable. But the reality of how they're generated, how they release energy, and how they actually perform work is radically different. Grouping them together is a huge inherent contradiction, and that's exactly what this new model fixes.
Section 4, Partitioning Energy Events.
Now that we've established they're different, we need to talk about how to partition these actual energy events to measure them properly. But before we partition anything, we have to toss out the loop fallacy. Conventional electronics teaches us that energy flows inside the wire in a neat little closed loop, but in reality, energy travels through the space around the wire as an electromagnetic field envelope. Engineers know this as the Poynting vector. And because the energy is sitting in the space, the forward work and the backward radiant collapse don't actually have to fight each other inside the same wire. We can geometrically guide them along entirely separate pathways. Just look at these oscilloscope captures. When energy is partitioned correctly using specialized geometry and high-speed switching, something beautiful happens. Over on the micro scale, you see these chaotic, bouncing, nested harmonics, but zoom out to the macro scale, and those exact same harmonics perfectly converge into an incredibly smooth, emergent, and highly efficient sine wave. The energy isn't just sloshing back and forth anymore, it's genuinely synergizing.
Section 5, the Corrected COP Methodology.
Let's look at the new mathematical methodology and see how it builds a rigorously corrected coefficient of performance, or COP. This is exactly what electrical engineers have been waiting for. To actually prove the COP is greater than 1, we have to follow some precise steps. We start by completely abandoning RMS averaging. Instead, we use instantaneous power integration. This lets our framework treat each temporal window as an isolated thermodynamic event. We measure absolutely everything in units of work, joules. This allows us to mathematically validate the system's true efficiency, completely bypassing that statistical blurring of RMS. First up, we calculate the true instantaneous input energy. Because the backward pulse dynamically alters the local scalar potential of the battery source, we simply can't use average input current anymore. It won't work. We have to dynamically account for phase angles. We do this by taking the integral of the instantaneous product of input voltage and current, but we do it at extremely high sampling frequencies, exactly as you see in this equation. Next, because the system physically partitions the energy into distinct spatial and temporal pathways, we have to compute the work for each path independently. So we calculate the forward energy heading to the load and the backward recovery energy returning to the source, completely independently in absolute joules. And remember, joules, unlike RMS values, can actually be added linearly. Once we've isolated those components, we just add the joules together to get our corrected, unified COP formula. The COP equals the forward work plus the backward work divided by the true input energy. This approach relies strictly on calculus and the absolute conservation of energy across isolated, partitioned events. It sets an incredibly rigorous standard for engineers. Honestly, it's pretty airtight. And finally, Section 6, Field Cavitation and Geometry. Now, you might be wondering, what physical mechanism actually allows us to partition these forward and backward events in the real world? The answer lies in something called field cavitation. It's a mechanism driven entirely by specific spatial geometry. Coils with really unique winding geometries, like the ABHA or Rodin coil, naturally structure the electromagnetic field so that counter-rotating components occupy the exact same spatial volume. This forces simultaneous field compression and rarefaction. You are literally cavitating the electromagnetic field, kind of like how bubbles cavitate in a fluid. Because of this specialized geometry, a localized zero-point void forms right at the equator. Think of it like a highly stable, localized desktop black hole. What this void does is critically delay the dipole collapse. By stopping the immediate recombination of the field components, it buys us the necessary time to partition and actually harvest that backward recovery energy. And to prove this is truly a geometric phenomenon, we can just change the coil. If we use the exact same circuit, but swap out the AMBHA coil for a standard flat pancake coil, that beautiful, highly efficient sine wave we saw earlier distorts into this inefficient, bell-shaped curve. It proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that visual similarity on an oscilloscope does not guarantee similar thermodynamic performance. The geometry itself is doing the heavy lifting here. Ultimately, this new taxonomy completely demystifies the coil. Our methodology proves that energy behavior is geometry dependent, well before it is circuit dependent. When you design it correctly, the coil isn't just a basic inductor or a transformer anymore. It becomes a unified, free-flowing, distributed element network. It's a complete resonant electromagnetic structure. This leaves us with a massive, literally paradigm-shifting question. If standard RMS meters are mathematically blinding us to the partitioned realities of nonlinear systems, if they are literally averaging away the evidence of over-unity efficiency, we have to ask ourselves, what other incredible thermodynamic breakthroughs are currently hiding in plain sight, just waiting for the right mathematical framework to finally reveal them? Thank you so much for joining me on this explainer. Keep asking the big questions, and I'll catch you next time.
Alright, I hope you guys enjoyed the explainer videos that I put together using Notebook. Pretty incredible piece of software that helps researchers like me not only summarize their research in an easily digestible way, where you don't have to hire a voice actor or narrator and a production company to put together the visuals, but also it helps summarize PDFs in general. So if you have questions in somebody's research, or concepts there in the paper that you're reading, this tool is a good tool that I often use. So jumping into the next part, which is the 3 characteristics of the RPW, the resonant pulsed waveform. So let me actually bring up the diagram real quick before I jump into the quick video that we have for this. So we're going to put up the taxonomy diagram right here. Okay, I want everybody to take a look at this real quick, specifically the blue section. So here we have the taxonomy diagram for synthetic AC and different components that I've tried to classify. A couple of them might not be entirely accurate, but it is a model that is still in development, and it is a community effort. So I hope that if there is some inaccuracies and people are independently verifying some of this stuff, they can, email me at beneficencetv@gmail.com or comment, and we can talk about it, because this model is still in its early development stages, and there's going to be some mistakes. I always anticipated those. But in general, the taxonomy logic holds up. And specifically for these 2 systems that I've been testing with, let me just read the caption real quick. I'll zoom in a little bit because my eyes are a little bad. So it says, synthetic AC can be categorized by the method used to generate alternating behavior in a circuit. These fall into 2 main subcategories: reactive-driven systems and forward-driven systems. Reactive being the collapse event energy, the back EMF, and the forward being the input pulse to your system. So, as you can see here, there are subcategories of synthetic AC. It's not just one thing, it's a branch, it's an umbrella term. It is a branching set of categories for different systems. And specifically, I want to talk about the lightning thief system because the waveform displays everything we would expect to find in our model. If the fields are truly synergized and in sync, with a floating probe, we are going to pick up these 3 defining characteristics that we did find. And technically it's 4, but we'll get into that in a second. But the resonant pulsed waveform, the RPW, is the waveform that we pick up with the modified Joule thief and the APA coil, or the vortex coil. And this is a unique waveform that kind of provides evidence to the model. And we're going to display this video here, and I'll provide some commentary on it as well. Nope. There we go. All right, so this is what we pick up with a high-speed floating probe, very high-speed oscilloscope, very good oscilloscope, singlet. This is zooming all the way in with the resolution, and this is considered the micro scale of the waveform. This is very interesting because what it looks like to me is 2 things colliding at an equatorial null plane or null zone in the center with large amounts of energy dispersing from either side horizontally. So it's very interesting because it kind of reminds me, doesn't look like it exactly, but it reminds me of 2 tornadoes colliding. Interesting. So remember this considering field cavitation theory. The 2 counter rotations of the 2 electromagnetic fields colliding because they're occupying the same space. Okay, and we're zooming out a little bit. This is the standard scale. Look at that. Look at this. On the standard scale, if you hit the default button, you zoom into the standard resolution. This is what you see. But if you pause it, it's just one waveform. But it's one waveform bouncing off of itself. You see like secondary and even tertiary waveforms. It's resonating off of itself. Very, very interesting. Again, this is what I consider nested harmonics within the waveform. And that's exactly what you would see, theoretically, with the model. So this is more evidence, but the true golden evidence that supports the theory is zooming all the way out with a floating probe, capturing the
How you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry about that. So zooming all the way out, you can see, look at that. It's a coherent sine wave. It's very smooth considering all the nested harmonics. I mean, it's got jagged edges, obviously, but if you pay real close attention, there is a lot more negative energy than there is positive energy. You can see that it's a lot thicker on the bottom. And all of that chaos resolves itself into this, like, amazing sine wave. But it's exactly what you would want to see if you were trying to support the model. The synthetic AC model says that if you have the 2 components timed correctly with the correct circuitry and geometry of coil, you can get the 2 fields synchronized so they produce an alternating current effect between them, or an alternating effect between them. So this is exactly what you would see, and we saw it. And going into the 4th defining characteristic which is really isn't listed here, but it's equally as important, is no matter where you probe the system, you still get those three defining characteristics. They might be slightly different on the, voltage side. Like the waveform might be a little bit thicker or thinner, depending on where you're probing it, but you still get the nested harmonics, the 0-point convergence, and the smooth sine wave when you zoom all the way out. So no matter where you're probing in the system, you get those three defining characteristics. That is equally as important, because that tells us the system is in resonance, like not just normal resonance, but system-wide resonance, like the battery, the load, it's everything. It's all working together. So this is very, very awesome, very unique waveform. I love showing this one off because it's really something that makes you think. It makes you think, like, there are things out there regarding electrical circuits and free energy that most people just can't even understand because we don't have words for them in mainstream science. And that's a real problem. Or if we do have a word for it, it's like the same word for like 10 different words for the same concept, like 0-point energy. So moving on to the next part of the podcast. I should probably plug in my phone. All right, moving right along. My phone is charging, so again, if you have any questions or comments, just note that I'm going to give it a few minutes and then I will take a look at those. Energy synergizing and partitioning is a very important aspect of engineering these types of nonlinear systems because it goes into Tom Bearden's asymmetric regauging principles, right? You want to figure out how to get the forward and the backward to work with each other, but at the same time separate them so they're utilized for different purposes. And what I mean by this is, for our system, we are sending the forward pulse of energy through the load, and we are sending the back EMF component, reflecting it back into the battery's positive terminal. So essentially we have the two components synergized with what I call a field bridge. And you see this in the oscilloscope readings with a floating probe that captures the field interaction. You see it, all that chaos, but it's dancing with each other. The two components are dancing with each other, producing that smooth sine wave. At least smooth regarding all the chaos that's nested inside, relative to all the chaos nested inside. So another major indicator, and unfortunately I don't have video prepared for this or of this effect, but I do have it somewhere on one of my live streams because I do all of my, or most of my experiments with what I call interactive mini labs, where I'll go on live stream and I'll test something out, or I'll adjust this, or I'll set up a new configuration, and I'll actively tell you what I'm doing and how to do it safely and in a way that's transparent. So that's all important to me. But specifically, this portion of a live stream that I had recorded, I don't have it prepared, unfortunately, but I will have one soon for the next live stream. But it is very important because I need to go over it. Because when we measure this effect with the oscilloscope, this high-speed oscilloscope, with a grounded probe on the output, so you have the probe on the positive rail output, and then you have the ground connected to the negative output. When you do this, you should see in any stable system that's producing an alternating current effect, you should see 10 plus say, volts on the output and negative 10 on the output. However, when you have the energy partitioned correctly, this is not what you see. It's asymmetrical. And this is exactly what we picked up on the oscilloscope, and it is something that is a huge indicator. But it makes sense in the context of understanding it through the synthetic AC model. What I mean by that is we're picking up 10 plus volts on the output of our lightning thief system, simultaneously negative 168 volts on the same output. So theoretically, this should fry your components. This should set your fucking circuit on fire, okay? This should not be able to run, let alone be stable and efficient, and run cool and on ambient at ambient temperature, by the way. So, but this is an indicator that the energy is successfully partitioned, okay? And, you know, thanks to Mike Does, one of my colleagues and dearest friends, he pointed out one of my mistakes was misinterpreting the polarity of the flyback. So in reality, the flyback isn't going to the negative terminal like I was talking about previously in previous live streams and podcasts, but it's actually going to the positive terminal. It's hitting that diode and reflecting back. The problem with that, in my opinion, and we're going to get into this again in a minute because we have so much to cover, is that, in my opinion, that reflection, that back EMF, that radiant spike, it's so large and it's such a huge negative spike. A battery is just not conditioned, wink, wink, to fully absorb or accept that radiant spike. So it might accept a little bit of it, you know, it might delay the dipole just slightly, but not in any significant manner. But I have a theory, and we're going to be testing this in the coming weeks, that a fully conditioned battery using negative electricity, will be able to absorb that negative spike more efficiently and delay the dipole of the battery from collapsing even further, simply because it is conditioned to accept that type of energy. But that positive 10 plus volts on the output while simultaneously reading negative 168 volts is just extraordinary. And it is hardcore evidence to support the synthetic AC model. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so regarding the lightning thief, the modified Joule thief circuit that we got the resonant pulse waveform with, and that we've been really talking about in depth here on this podcast, I'd like to tell you about my mentor, my former mentor and previous partner, Michel Morel, because he was the genius behind a lot of advancing a lot of my research into these vortex coils. So he was the one who figured out how to get our specific coils working with the modified Joule thief with his modifications. And again, everything is open source, available on the do-it-yourself guide, linked in the description of this video. But he was the one who put together the PCB for us to test with, and he discovered the resonance relay. I don't know if he saw a video and applied that, you know, like that's what I usually do. I'll see somebody has an idea and I'll try to apply it in a different way on my system or see if this works or that works. You know, specific diode placement is important on these types of systems because you want to partition the energy and capture and redirect that flyback accordingly. And Michel Morel was the one who invented the resonance relay 1.0. He had the idea to take a UF4007, a high-speed diode that, you know, John Bedini or Daniel Nunez would commonly use in their systems. And he had the idea of applying it to our modified Joule thief. He said, hey, take this diode, put it on the positive output rail before the load. Because with his, here, I'll show you. With his lumen lamp little coil system, This is Michel Morel, and Michel Morel invented this device, but it's utilizing the same circuit. It's the same circuit, just a different coil. So it's the same circuit as a lightning thief. And he's like, hey, I put the diode on the output positive rail for the load, and the light got brighter, and it didn't really affect the battery. Didn't seem to, at least. This is a little bit less efficient, so it's hard to tell. So I put it on my system with the vortex coil. And I witnessed as we've seen in the video, with the dual thief, the same type of effect, because it started out really, really dim. The original system that we had was very, very dim on my 40-watt panel. Like maybe 1%. All right, and that doubled with adding the resonance relay 1.0. And, or it nearly doubled. It increased a little bit, maybe like 3, maybe it was more, maybe it was like 3%, something like that. It was very dim still, but it noticeably increased. So I started, thinking about trying to advance that a little further. I'm like, well, what's going on in the system? Maybe a higher speed diode would work better, because, since John Bedini and Daniel Nunez were doing their research, 10 plus years ago. This, John Bedini further back than that, but these types of pulse systems, they had easy access to diodes like the UF4007, but these newer types of diodes that we have easy access to via, platforms like Amazon and eBay, they really didn't have easy access to. You could really only get these components as specialty components back then. But I started thinking, okay, so it's been 10 years since Daniel Nunez did any of his research. He used the UF4007. What can I maybe use that might be better performing? So I looked at the specs. The UF4007 has like a reverse recovery rate of like, I think 75 nanoseconds. It's very fast, but in the realm of impulse technology, that's a lifetime. You don't want it to stay open that long, because that allows back pressure. So it allows leakage, for lack of a better term. And I'm like, okay, so I started looking into it. What can I get that might increase this a little bit, push this a little further? I found something called an RHRP 8120. And this is basically the same kind of high-speed diode, only with a faster reverse recovery. It's not a Schottky diode, which has 0 recovery. This is about 25 nanoseconds. So from 75 to 25 nanoseconds, we're going. And I call this the Resonance Relay 2.0. So I attached it onto, some jumper wires, Arduino jumper wires, and insulated it with heat shrink wrap, and all that insulation. Actually, I can show you one. I'll show you one. So that's the Resonance Relay 2.0. That's what I've been working with my version of the modified systems that we see so commonly on the fringe areas online. So, this Resonance Relay 2.0 really changed a lot. because it increased the brightness. Really, it increased the brightness to, like, I think I measured it, it was like 10 or 12% bright. A 40-watt panel lighting up about 10 or 12% bright. That is very bright. I mean, that's phenomenal. So, looking back, out of everything, what strikes me the most isn't really any single experiment. It's really how every discovery naturally led to the next, right? It was almost like a cascading effect in that sense, because none of these effects, discoveries, projects, they don't exist in isolation. Each breakthrough answered one important question while revealing another, gradually building a larger picture. Remember all the clues we're putting in our bag, pieces of the puzzle, and those pieces form a larger picture of how these systems interact. So what really began as an effort to understand Daniel Nunez and his work with the rodent coil, it really evolved into developing my own circuit designs and the synthetic AC model that goes along with trying to understand these unique effects. It's really an entirely new way of approaching radiant systems, like it's resonance RC systems. Pulsed, I guess the correct definition for this type of system would be a pulsed nonlinear system. And for full context, linear versus nonlinear, we've discussed this previous podcast, but basically linear systems are like the knob you have on your, kitchen light. You turn it 50% and the light gets 50% more bright. That's a linear system. A nonlinear system, like the system we're working with, is more of like a resonance system where you could turn this potentiometer all the way and not get any kind of effect, and then you hit that one little tiny sweet spot and bam, everything lights up. So that's the difference in this context of what I mean by linear versus nonlinear. Now, I didn't finish one system and then move on to the next. The reality is that each discovery influenced the others in a continuous feedback loop. Ironic, is that's what the system is doing with its resonance. It's a feedback loop, the modified Joule thief. So every experiment refined the model that I was working with, and every improvement to the model suggested new experiments to perform. This is the natural evolution, though, of the scientific process. And that's what made this research so exciting to me, though. Instead of chasing isolated anomalies like most people do, randomly adding this component or trying this idea, I slowly realized I was uncovering pieces of the same puzzle, but seeing a larger picture that hadn't previously been seen by other researchers. Not fully, anyway. Everybody saw a little tiny piece. They had a little idea, but the real revelation is the taxonomy correction, because it's clarification. It obfuscates the reality of what's going on. So by the time I stepped back and looked at the entire journey, it became clear that all of these developments were connected by a common thread. A growing understanding of resonance, pulsed energy systems, and the principles that may govern their behavior entirely. And that's really what this entire journey has been about. I didn't set out to invent a dozen different circuits or systems. I set out to answer one question. Every circuit, every waveform, every unexpected result, every correction, every mistake became another clue. And what you're seeing here isn't a collection of unrelated inventions. It's the evolution of one idea. refined through years of experimentation, testing, a lot of failures, a lot of mistakes, correcting, and discovery. So we're going to go into lingering questions. And really the most important lingering question I have is, how do we translate the synthetic AC model into a system that can power something larger, more demanding? A more demanding device, such as maybe a phone or a small motor, like a fan. That's something that we need to explore when we think about the synthetic AC model and how to expand upon it. And I want you guys as a community to think about this, because this is a community effort. You know, I open source this for a reason. Usually models that aren't fully refined aren't really published to the public until they are fully fleshed out. I am doing things backwards, specifically for two reasons: to be transparent and because I need help. This is a huge undertaking, and as you've seen, I made a simple mistake that Mike does corrected, and without his correction, I would have been ass backwards in trying to determine how this system is actually operating. I didn't see it, and Mike did. And that's why we love Mike Does. He's the best. So, we're going to jump into what I'm currently working on before we get into our surprising and highlight news of the evening regarding Daniel Nunez and him actually commenting on the synthetic AC model. So, what I'm currently working on, well, right now, we've had a lot of progress with conditioning a battery with negative electricity using the Bedini SSG that I got from kenergy.store, right behind me. So this is a lovely device, very efficient, very nice H-wave it produces. And over the last, I'd say 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months, I've been conditioning this battery because I've had this for about a year, but I was doing the conditioning process wrong. And we're going to go into this in a minute, because we're not done here. I have to go into the conditioning process. So there's another video for this and another section of the podcast that's going to delve into the conditioning process, specifically because I had some mistakes when I first started. I was doing it completely wrong for months. And I want this to be independently verified. I want you guys to replicate it if you have the means, if you have the motive, right? So if you have the passion to recreate some of this work and just, you know, see, hey, you're curious to see if it actually does what I say it does, you know, like, you can get the same effect. Can you get the same effect? You know, download the guide, you know, and if you have any questions, reach out. But the conditioning process specifically, I want to make sure is laid out correctly, because I got it wrong. And if I can save you guys months of effort, or if I could have saved myself months of effort, I would have. So I would like to get that conditioning process, information about the conditioning process that I've learned on the podcast before we end it tonight. So we still have another section to get into, another couple sections, but that's what I've been working on currently, is conditioning that battery with negative electricity, because as I've said before, it was always my idea that the battery is going to accept that negative radiant spike from our system a lot better if it's conditioned to. So that just makes logical sense, right? So what this means is several things, and we're going to go into what a conditioned battery is, what it means for different systems, and what it means for your Bedini SSG if you buy one from Kevin, kenergy.store. Shout out to Kevin. He makes some amazing stuff. This thing has been running for weeks and weeks and weeks, months and months. Sometimes I run it for like 2-3 weeks at a time, and it's flawless. So it's a really great design by Kevin, and I really appreciate all the support he provided too. So if you have questions on how to set it up or how it works, he is there to provide that support as well, because he is like me. He wants you to understand the science behind this, learn about it, experiment it, and benefit from it. Because really, what we're going to go into in a minute is the results that I've been getting with the negatively conditioned battery, which is almost fully conditioned, by the way, by the results that we've been getting, and they're phenomenal. Absolutely tremendous, tremendous. The biggest results you've ever seen. Tremendous. So with that being said, I'm going to play the video. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Is now 9.
All right, welcome to this explainer. Let's just dive right into it. If you've been researching unconventional energy systems, you've probably come across John Bedini's solid-state impulse drivers. But here's the hard truth. Most builders actually end up quitting after just 3 or 4 cycles.
So I have to stop it right here. The only mistake in this explainer video, the only one, is that the Bedini SSG isn't a solid-state impulse driver. It got that confused with another bit of source material, but that's the only thing in this video that is wrong. Just FYI, the Bedini SSG is not a solid state impulse driver. It's just sometimes these explainer videos, not often, but sometimes they have these little quirks, mistakes, and you got to catch them and edit them out if you have a video. But this is the only one in this video, just to pay attention to, just for full transparency.
They look at their data, they see less than a 100% energy return, they get frustrated, and they just assume the whole thing doesn't work. But what they're totally missing is that a standard off-the-shelf lead-acid battery is completely unconditioned. To unlock those wild charging effects where one battery somehow charges another 2 to 3 times over, you have to fundamentally alter its chemistry. So today, we're breaking down the Bedini cold forge method step by step, straight from the source documents, to show you exactly how this massive paradigm shift is theoretically achieved.
So here's our roadmap for today. We're going to start off with the hot electricity problem, map out the actual cold forge protocol, and then jump into the physics of the cold hammer. After that, we'll cover testing for the stiff shelf, and finally the ultimate goal, the 3-battery rotation.
All right, let's get into section 1, the hot electricity problem. We really have to start here because this is the exact spot where most beginners accidentally ruin their entire setup. There is just a massive contrast in how we define electricity in these two very different paradigms. In mainstream thermodynamic charging, what the sources refer to as hot electricity, I want you to think of your standard utility wall charger. It relies on positive electron current to basically force ions across the electrolyte using thermal brute force. It generates heat, it generates friction. But contrasting that, we have cold radiant energy, which is what the Bedini SSG circuit utilizes. This relies on high voltage, high frequency, negative radiant spikes caused by inductive collapse, and incredibly, it produces practically zero heat. The absolute worst mistake a builder can make is pulling a target battery off the Bedini circuit because progress feels a little slow, and then plugging it into a standard hot wall charger to quote-unquote help it finish. The source material is completely adamant about this. Mixing these two energies instantly ruins the conditioning process.
Yes, absolutely. This is a huge no-no. You should not make this mistake when you're trying to condition your battery with negative electricity using one of these methods. Specifically, we're using the Bedini SSG, and it's producing what Bedini called an H-wave, but if you look on an oscilloscope, it is basically an H-wave. It's a huge negative inductive spike. So, yes, you don't want to swap hot with cold, right? You're conditioning the battery with negative electricity. It's going to accept that negative electricity, and that electricity alone, if you start to get frustrated and it's not charging like you thought it would, and you put it on the hot charger because you need to use it real quick, no. Don't make the same mistakes I did, because I did that. I had to test the batteries with systems while I was doing this simultaneously, and I made that mistake. And this basically reverses the conditioning process. And the conditioning process is extremely long, especially if you're using what I am, and it's a big capacity battery. So I have a 12 volt, 20 amp hour battery. Bedini himself, I think, was using or recommended a smaller amp hour, I think like around 10 or 12 amp hours. I'm not really positive, but he did say that the larger capacity of battery you're trying to condition, the longer it's going to take. It's a very long process. I've had this thing running, a week per cycle sometimes, when it's starting out longer, because the battery has a lot of resistance. And as it's conditioning, as you'll learn in this part of the podcast, in this explainer video, as it's conditioning and as it's being conditioned with negative electricity, the resistance, the internal resistance of the battery goes down. It goes down a lot. So that means it's able to not only charge up a lot faster with a lot less energy from the trigger battery, but it's also able to output that energy when you actually use it for, say, an inverter, like I do, all at once, and maintain that shelf for a long time. And we're going to go into those results after this explainer video because they're phenomenal. Tremendous results, the biggest results you ever seen.
That hot charger reverses the microscopic structural changes on the plates, wiping out all your progress and sending you right back to square one. Once a battery enters the cold forge, it must only receive negative electricity. No exceptions.
To really hammer this point home, think about those standard commercial chargers that have a repair or pulse mode. They use high-frequency AC or square waves carrying high amperage. The source actually describes this beautifully with a really stark warning. They say, when you use them, the battery gets warm. That warmth is the sound of your lead plates expanding and warping. I mean, wow! It's literally the sound of the active material flaking off into a sludge that will eventually short out the cells. It's kind of like trying to clean a delicate glass window with a high-pressure power washer. Sure, you might blast some of the dirt and sulfation off, but you are absolutely going to shatter the glass in the process.
So, how do we clean the glass without breaking it? Well, that brings us to Section 2, the actual physical steps, the cold forge protocol. Okay, so this is a really strict empirical process, and it requires total patience. Step 1 is the deep clean for your first 2 cycles. You're going to charge the battery radiantly, but when discharging, you actually drain it aggressively all the way down to 10.5 volts. This steep drop is specifically calculated to physically strip away that stubborn, deep-seated lead sulfation resting on the plates.
Yes, and most plates have this, whether they're, new or not. But the thing is, you absolutely do not want to discharge the battery at all during this process to 0 or near 0 or below that threshold. 10.5 is the absolute lowest you will ever discharge it, because you can permanently damage the plates if you get too low on your discharge cycle. So be aware that John Bedini himself only discharged his batteries that low to demonstrate the bounce back effect, the recovery, the phenomenal recovery effect that we actually see in our batteries now, where it jumps and recovers back up to its stable resting voltage very fast. So that is very, very dangerous to do, though. He only did that to demonstrate the recovery rebound effect that the conditioned batteries have. So it's just their low resistance, and it's demonstrating more of that evidence, and I wouldn't recommend it.
Next up is the core loop for cycles 3 through 20. Here, you continuously cycle the battery with a charge ceiling of about 14.8 to 15.5 volts and a discharge floor sitting somewhere between 11.5 and 12.0 volts. Finally, step 3 introduces an alternating rhythm. Between cycles, you let the battery stabilize for a full 24 hours, and you alternate between fast discharging and slow discharging every other cycle. This slow, methodical pacing is absolutely vital to making that physical transformation happen in the battery.
Yes, and you also want time. You don't have to do it a full 24 hours, but I would recommend at least 6 to 8 hours resting time between cycles. So you want to charge it up right away, but regarding discharging, I would let it rest before you actually hook it up to anything after it's done charging. So just give it a little bit. And that's not every single cycle. Like when you get to the end of the conditioning process, you can actually, because the resistance is going to be a lot lower in the battery, it's going to be a lot more slippery, and you can get away with a slower or a faster resting time, but until that happens, until you see these effects that we're going to go over in a minute that we're seeing now, I really wouldn't recommend it. You need time for the chemistry to stabilize in the battery. So
Now, I really need to emphasize this crucial point, this absolute threshold right here, 10.5 volts. The source issues a severe warning for that phase 1 deep clean. Never ever drop below 10.5 volts under any circumstances. If you do,
That's right,
you're going
bitch.
to cause permanent mechanical warping to those lead plates, and the battery is basically ruined for the purposes of the cold forge. Precision is literally everything here.
All right, now that we've got the physical protocol down, let's explore the why behind it all. Moving right along to Section 3, Physics of the Cold Hammer.
To really wrap our heads around what's happening at the microscopic level, the sources introduce a concept that totally challenges standard electrical engineering. They call them plasmoids. In this nonlinear model, the high voltage spikes coming from the Bedini circuit aren't just your standard empty sparks. They are pressure waves carrying high-density charge clusters. You can kind of think of them as tiny, stable balls of lightning. By hitting the plates with pure voltage potential rather than heavy amperage, you're essentially seeding the lead plates with these charged clusters. So you aren't just filling a chemical bucket with electrons. The theory suggests you are incubating an entirely new molecular structure. You're basically impregnating the battery with tiny internal energy sources. And the first major piece of empirical evidence that this is actually working is this incredible thermal anomaly. Think about it. A normal battery on a hot charger is going to skyrocket to 90 degrees Fahrenheit or more, just from internal resistance. But a battery sitting in the cold forge, it stays exactly at room temperature, around 68 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit, even after a full week of continuous charging. Because the radiant spike is a longitudinal pressure wave, it doesn't bump into the copper or lead lattice. There is literally zero friction, zero heat, and zero internal resistance loss. It's pretty mind-blowing.
This total lack of heat gives birth to what the sources call the cold hammer effect. Instead of just cooking the sulfate crystals, you're molecularly shattering them using pure voltage potential. But the anomalies definitely don't stop at zero thermal gain. The sources also cite Malcolm Bendel's theory, suggesting these systems exhibit endothermic properties, which basically means they might actually be absorbing ambient heat right out of their environment. But honestly, perhaps the most bizarre anomaly of the whole shebang is the self-charging rebound. Normally, you disconnect a battery from a charger and what happens? The voltage sinks. But with a conditioned Bedini battery, the voltage will actually climb after you unplug it. Why? Well, because those embedded plasmoids are theoretically slowly leaking their stored potential back into the battery chemistry. The battery has literally become an active transducer rather than just a passive bucket holding juice.
So once you're seeing these anomalies, you obviously need to know how to test your progress. That brings us to Section 4, testing the stiff shelf, and this usually happens around cycle 7 or so. Operationally, the difference you'll see is night and day. An unconditioned linear battery acts perfectly like a leaking bucket. The very second a load is applied, the voltage just drops steadily and continuously down a ramp. It's a really weak system. But a negatively conditioned battery, that develops a stiff shelf. If you hook up a load, the voltage might drop slightly to, say, 12.5 volts initially, but then it absolutely refuses to move. It locks in, perfectly flat, for hours. The embedded plasmoids are providing this constant internal pressure, yielding hours of basically free operational energy. It gives you full power right until the very bitter end, and then, pop, it hits a sudden cliff at exactly 10.5 volts. If your battery is still sliding down linearly, the job just isn't finished yet. You've got to put it back in the forge. Now, if you successfully forge a battery to that stiff shelf stage, you are finally ready for the ultimate objective. Let's look at Section 5, the 3-battery rotation. The sources actually call this the holy grail of the Bedini SSG. You're going to need 3 fully conditioned batteries for this. Here's exactly how it works. Batteries A and B run the primary motor.
When the circuit's transistor snaps shut, the motor generates this massive back EMF cold spike. Normally, an unconditioned battery would just deflect this transient energy. But battery C, it's fully conditioned. It is slippery, meaning its internal resistance is near zero, so it acts like a perfect sponge. It effortlessly absorbs that spike and rapidly climbs right up to 15.5 volts. And because it takes so incredibly little energy to push that conditioned battery back to full, battery C actually finishes charging way before A and B have significantly drained. Then you simply perform a hot swap. You move the full secondary battery over to the primary side and move the drained primary over to the charger. By harnessing what they call the heavy side flow, which is the ambient energy surrounding the circuit, you are theoretically creating an open system that never needs external grid power ever again.
To put this all into perspective, we can summarize everything we've covered by contrasting a standard failure against a conditioned win using this simple master checklist. Thermally, a hot fail wastes energy over 90 degrees Fahrenheit as friction, while a radiant win stays incredibly cold at roughly 72 degrees. During the charging phase, an unconditioned battery is going to stall around 13 volts, totally unable to break through the sulfation. Meanwhile, the conditioned battery climbs fast.
Yes, I want to emphasize that too, because I was getting frustrated, and I don't think it's anything to worry about, because what this is actually indicating is just a threshold effect. Essentially, there might be levels of sulfation on my battery where I had multiple stages. This was getting me frustrated because I had multiple stages of breaking through, where it would just hang at a specific voltage, not just 13, but I had it hang at different shelves during the charging process where it just wouldn't, no matter how much I charged it, I had to let it run for 3-4 days. But I didn't know that at the time, and I got frustrated and impatient, and I took it off the charger. I'm like, this isn't working. But no, it's like I don't know if it's sulfation or if it's just like how the conditioning process works with maybe embedding the plasmoids and each layer of lattice in the material. I'm not really sure. But either way, there appears to be multiple hard shelves on the charging process that might get you frustrated. And I just want to emphasize that that's part of the process. Let it go through. If it sticks at if it starts hanging at 12.68 volts and it just won't charge above that, there are two things you can do. You can try to top off your trigger battery with hot energy. Don't mix the hot and negative, right? That's your charge battery. Don't mix the hot and cold. But with your trigger battery, the one that you're using to trigger the coil, you can top off that. Stop it briefly and top that off. A higher potential battery might be able to push that past that threshold, that little shelf that you've come across. And that's one thing you can do. Another thing is just let it charge. If you've already topped it off and it still doesn't go up, just let it charge. It could take 2, 3, maybe 4 days before it starts going up again, but it will go up, and it'll break through, and you'll see it break through and go up really fast, and then maybe hit another shelf. Like what I witnessed is it hit multiple shelves, like 12.68. I think there was one around 12.8 something. There was multiple in 13 volt area, so that range had multiple hard shelves that I had to hit. And then once it got to 14 volts, it charged pretty easily. There was maybe one, I think, hard shelf past 14 volts, but we charged it up to 15 volts quite easily on the, I think it was 5th and 6th cycle. We're on the 8th cycle of the charging process, and it appears to be about 90% done. We're going to go into those results in just a minute.
Pushing past 14 volts. At rest, a standard battery's voltage just sinks, but a conditioned battery's voltage actually rebounds upwards. Under load, you either get that steady, leaking slide, or you get that incredibly powerful, immovable stiff shelf. And finally, in a multi-battery swap scenario, the standard system sees the primary die long before the secondary is charged.
Right, and regarding linear versus that shelf, I've been testing with these systems for over a year now. So, well over a year. I've been testing specifically with the modified Jewel Thief circuit for a long time. And I am very anal about monitoring that voltage because at the very early stages, I wanted to see what the battery drain would be like, because when you can't gauge the efficiency with your meters, and at that point, I didn't even know why, but I knew the warnings from previous researchers like John Bedini. You can't read this type of energy with our standard meters. I mean, you can approximate it, he said, with more closely with an analog meter, but still you can't effectively gauge the efficiency of your system or these types of systems that way. So I didn't really know why, but I couldn't. You know, I was getting contradictory readings, and it was reading as if it was getting lost, but it was producing an effect that indicated that it wasn't getting lost. So, you know, when you have that alone to go off of, you know, you get really obsessed with monitoring every little detail, and that's what I did. I became obsessed with charting out the drainage of the battery, and at the highest level of efficiency, we got about 15 to 20 millivolts per hour drain on the battery, okay? But always, over the previous year or so that I've been testing with these types of systems, specifically the Jewel Thief, always has the battery been linear until it reaches, you know, it's a parabola. So I can never pronounce that word, but it's a curve. So once it reaches the start of that curve, it's pretty linear in its decay rate. But the start of the curve could be different depending on your battery and the capacity. But for my 12 volt 20 amp hour battery, in the system, it seems to be around, I don't know, 11.5 volts, and then the system, or maybe 12 volts, and the system starts to increase its drainage on the battery. But up until that point, the fully charged point, and that point, I don't know, maybe 12.5 watt hours of the battery's energy, full capacity, it is linear. It has always been linear. It has never had a shelf. But the evidence that we see, and I want to go over in this video real quick because this is phenomenal, it's really good news, is the battery, this negatively conditioned battery, now does have a shelf. And we've seen this 2 different times now with the last 2 discharge cycles consistently. The last discharge cycle, we saw a stiff 5-hour shelf at around 12.63, or maybe it was 12.53 volts. So it kind of decayed pretty steadily, slowly, you know, 15 to 20 millivolts per hour, or roughly around that. And then it got to that, and it just kind of hung. For 5 hours, I stayed up. I monitored this thing. For 5 hours, it stayed there. I checked my multimeter. I added another multimeter just to verify it was a shelf. It's a stiff shelf. You can kind of imagine like the conditioning process as a water level rising in the battery. You know, like it's a little bit risen, you know, but it's not all the way. So that's the shelf that it's at that point. And then now, with this new impulse driver, which is basically is not the same as the Jewel Thief, but it's very similar in the way that we can use a oscillation circuit and resonance with the coil to produce the same effect. We just have more control over it. Essentially, it's the same kind of effect. And with this impulse driver, it's the same. It was linear every time I've tested it. It's been linear. With the other battery, I have 2 identical batteries. And that's on purpose. You should probably do the same if you're doing replications of these experiments. Get identical batteries if possible. Anyways, the shelf happened again. And we just saw this a couple nights ago. I have a video for you. It is incredible because it did something it didn't do last time. And it's really, like, I don't know if it could be just a fluke, could be just a glitch, but it might be. It might just be another one of our clues to put in our bag. So keep that in mind when watching the video, but I want to emphasize this shelf was like it's basically a shelf that was fully charged, a fully charged battery. So we got it to hold at 12.87 volts. Again, for exactly around exactly 5 or 6 hours. It was around exactly the same time frame that it held as last time, about 5 or 6 hours. It just held there. And not only that, after about 30 or 40 minutes, it actually went up to 12.88 volts for a couple hours before it went back down and held again, continuing that shelf for the full like 5-6 hours or whatever it was. It was very crazy. It was really good news, because that is exactly what you want to see. If your conditioning process is if that cold forge is actually working for you, this is exactly what you're going to see. You're going to want to see a stiff shelf like that. But we're not done. We're maybe 90% of the way. But I still have maybe 5 more cycles, probably, if I'm going to be guessing realistic, that I want to be damn sure that this thing is fully conditioned. But again, after that shelf happened, like in a normal system, after that shelf, a Bedini battery would decay kind of fast, right? Because it's able to hold that potential and just kind of release it at that shelf, and then you have all of it just kind of fall. But at that point in our system, since it's so efficient and it's like basically a self-sustaining system, or almost a self-sustaining system, you have this effect where it has that shelf and then it continues at the normal 15 to 20 or whatever millivolt per hour, basically nothing per hour for a lot of lighting. And it's not the duty cycle, because I have this thing now on 70% on and 30% off on the duty. Before, the Jewel Thief, since it's self-oscillating, it's a feedback system, it kind of stabilizes at around 50-50 or 40-60 on the duty cycle. So you can't really say that it's, only on 10 or 5% of the time, and that's why you're getting a lot of lighting for a little bit of power. No, not that. We're on this system I've had on for 70% on the duty cycle, because with the impulse driver circuit now we can adjust that. And it's still extremely efficient. It might even be as efficient as Lightning Thief at that 70% duty, and you can increase it to 90. It increases, I think, maybe to like 30 or 40 millivolts per hour drain on the battery, maybe a little more. But still phenomenal. Like, that's nothing. That's virtually nothing. So these are all indicators of a fully conditioned battery. If you're trying to condition your battery with negative electricity using the Bedini SSG or other methods. Now we're going to finish our video and probably close it up with the breaking news.
Whereas the conditioned system sees the secondary hit full capacity while the primary is still happily chugging along.
It's really just a fascinating look at an entirely different way of treating energy storage and electrical impedance. We've seen how strict adherence to this cold forge protocol supposedly alters the microscopic structure of lead plates, completely transforming a passive chemical bucket into a highly active transducer of radiant energy. Which leaves us with a really compelling thought to chew on. If nonlinear physics and this kind of conditioning can completely change basic battery chemistry to efficiently capture ambient energy, what other linear, heat-wasting systems in our modern world are just sitting around waiting to be cold forged? Thank you so much for joining me for this explainer, and keep questioning the physics around you.
It is now 9:11. We started running this battery test at 7:16 p.m. So about 2 hours ago. This started at 12.87. Now it has jumped up to 12.88, which is, I don't think it's charging upwards. I don't put too much into that increase of 10 millivolts, but still, it is staying on a shelf, indicating that the battery is almost fully conditioned. Yeah, I had to replace the batteries in the multimeter after this video. It was dying, but it was staying at 12.87 volts at that shelf. It was really extraordinary. So we are on our 7th cycle, discharging this. And we're using my new impulse driver circuit, 9 kilohertz at 70% duty cycle. And I can increase this, and the brightness will increase exponentially. But this is about the same brightness as the Lightning Thief, maybe a little bit brighter. Actually, it might be a little bit dimmer. I'll have to get the meter out. We got to get the meter out to be sure exactly how bright it is compared to the Lightning Thief. Something that I unfortunately haven't gotten around to doing yet, but it is on the list of things I might do this weekend. Now, to finish up, we're going to talk about where this research goes next and some important updates specifically regarding Organite Creation's latest experiment and their video upload to their channel that we're going to watch, and information on Daniel Nunez. So where this research goes from here is that in the background, I've been silently contemplating and working on a couple of new circuits. And I've been in collaboration with Mike Does on a ultimate modification for the Joule Thief, something that is able to capture that back EMF more efficiently and send it to the battery for a dipole preservation type effect. Now, we can do this to a certain extent in our systems, but using the double pull method, Mike has demonstrated that you can actually charge a battery up a little bit with a standard coil with his new circuit. That's phenomenal. Like, it's probably, I think he even said it's not something that lasts forever. It's only like an effect that lasts a little bit, but it's indication that the battery is being properly the energy is being properly redirected to the battery to charge it. Now, whether you have enough energy to charge it for a significant period of time is another matter. But it is a very big breakthrough for regarding the modified Joule Thief, because I think it is going to serve us as like the ultimate version that we're going to see a lot of efficiency with, because we already see a lot of efficiency. So this is just based on a hunch. We haven't actually put together the circuit yet. I've been working with Mike in the background, and I've been contemplating maybe doing a I think it's called a foxhole crystal radio circuit. This is a very simple circuit, but it's something that I want to test out because I want to test the sensitivity of the coil compared to a regular coil. It's supposed to be a lot more sensitive when used as a radio or broadcaster, a broadcaster transmission device or a radio receiver. So I want to test those two circuits out in due time. And specifically, I do want to achieve magnetic synchronicity. That's something that I've wanted to do. And I reached out to Daniel Nunez, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But hopefully he can guide me on that. And I have ideas on how we can do that for future experiments. So the ultimate goal, though, of this research is to develop a fully self-sustained system for smaller, non-demanding devices. And that doesn't appear to be too far away. Again, with Mike Does' contributions and his help developing the synthetic AC model and this new potential modification to the Joule Thief, I think we have a really good starting point when you include a fully conditioned battery. Now, we have some exciting updates. And first, I want to take a look at Organite Creation's latest experiment. They actually achieved magnetic levitation. This is another one that I've been frustrated about, but I know exactly what I'm doing wrong, I believe. I believe I have to have a different geometry of coil. The geometry of the coil needs to be more precise, maybe a nested design instead of a multifilar. The geometry of the field needs to be precise for this effect. Now we're going to watch it right here. It's really cool. And it's something that I think only 2 people have demonstrated so far, publicly at least, that's available online to my knowledge. I've only seen 2 people do this. And that is Daniel Nunez and Organite Creations. So give me 1 second, I'm going to load the video. Oh, there it is. Awesome. Okay, so this is
what you're seeing here is magnetic.
Organite Creations. He has some really amazing coils that he's built and provided for the consumer on the shop. I intend to get one at some point. I am going through a little bit of a financial slump, so at the moment I don't have expendable income, unfortunately, but as soon as I do have some, maybe tax return comes around, I might definitely, I'll definitely think about investing in one of his coils. They're very beautiful coils, and he, I think he cast them with organite and different magnetic, copper plates. I'm not really sure what they're called, but yeah, let's look at this experiment, because this effect is not something easily achievable by a standard coil. This is very hard to achieve with a standard coil. You just can't do it, especially like I've tried this with my multifilar coil. I couldn't do it, and I have little small magnets that I tried it with and everything, and it wouldn't work. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but I think it's the geometry of the coil. And look how precise the geometry for this is. He says it's the original design. So I'm just going to play the video and watch this. It's incredible. Absolutely phenomenal work.
Levitation. Now, this coil design is based on the original way how Marco Rodin. What you're seeing here is magnetic levitation. Now, this coil design is based on the original way how Marco Rodin made his coils. It's an interference coil. And this design is what we base our coils on today for your PEMF therapy. What you're seeing here is
So if you're interested in that PEMF therapy, or just interested in seeing what he has on his shop, I highly recommend going over to Organite Creations. He's got a YouTube channel and a website, I believe. So he's got some really amazing stuff. And for the headline news, the moment you've all been waiting for, updates on Daniel Nunez. So we've got some really exciting things to cover right before we end this podcast. So again, I want to congratulate Organite Creations for this achievement. It is a magnificent achievement. Magnetic levitation is something that is really hard to do with even different types of vortex coils. So you see his work is phenomenal. It's very precise. He does very small coils, but they're very fine, finely woven and intricate, different designs too. So very cool stuff. It's a massive milestone. So I mean, because what this really represents is a true frictionless bearing, right? That doesn't need a super cooled environment. It's remarkable. So, I myself have been attempting this and failed many times. But regarding Daniel Nunez, so I reached out to Daniel on his Instagram because I recently got back into Instagram. I don't really use it. There's too many platforms. I have ADD, and I really can't pay attention to too much at once to begin with. So I haven't been in the Instagram loop for a while, but I did notice that he started becoming active again after being not active for a couple of years. And So I tagged him in a video, the synthetic AC video that we went over earlier. And, I finally decided to upload this video, and I tagged One Stop Energies, which is, owned by Daniel Nunez. And he actually commented, and we're going to go over that right now, what he said about my synthetic AC model and work that I've been doing. So I'm really proud of this because, this is a wonderful moment for me. We finally come full circle, right? After nearly 3 years of independent research into these coils, the man behind the original coil research that inspired me saw my work and model, and this is what he had to say. The first comment was a fire emoji, 100% emoji, and a clap emoji. He responded almost right away, like he probably watched it and, I don't know, contemplated for a minute, but he responded pretty fast. And I told him, "You're my inspiration for this model," and a little, thank you sign. And he responded, I'm indefinitely honored to have inspired very well formulated analysis of a fascinating phenomenon. I responded, "I'm dedicated to translating the rodent coil into standard engineering practices. So far, nobody is taking me seriously outside our alternative energy research group. But I'm on the verge of taking things to the next level. We reversed a battery potential while under active load. The effect only lasts for about 5 or 6 minutes, but it's consistent, and it's not a fluke or surface level charge. It's the real holy grail effect. Once we figure out how to stabilize the effect, we can translate it into practical applications. None of it would be possible if it weren't for you and your research." And I put a little, metal sign. And he responded, "Congratulations on your observation. It sounds promising. Just note, people take seriously what is useful to them. Build the model, make it work. Most importantly, happy testing, friend." And a bunch of emojis that followed from both of us. It was a wonderful moment. I'm really happy and proud that this has come full circle, and I got the confirmation from the OG inventor of these types of systems himself, Mr. Daniel Nunez, and his legendary work with these coils. So, I don't know. When I began reverse engineering Daniel Nunez's work, I thought I was simply just trying to understand a few unconventional systems, but instead, every experiment led to another question, going back to that cascading effect I was talking about earlier. Every answer uncovered a deeper layer of the system and more questions. Along the way, I refined my ideas, corrected mistakes, and developed a framework that ties together vortex coils, synthetic AC, resonant pulse behavior, and new circuit architecture. A model that promises to connect the esoteric works of Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden's asymmetric regauging principles, along with vortex-based math, Nikola Tesla's impulse technology, and John Bedini's back EMF capture, into one coherent framework that electrical engineers can actually use in order to build their own systems. And none of this is the end of the journey. It's just the beginning. It's a snapshot of where the research stands today. Some ideas will be refined over time. Some hypotheses may change or be eliminated entirely. New experiments will undoubtedly raise new questions, and maybe even some new concerns. But remember, The synthetic AC model is still in its early stages of development. It was always meant to be a collaborative community effort. I was never under the delusion that I could do this all by myself. And that is the nature of scientific research in general. You don't move forward by pretending to have all the answers. You move forward by following the evidence wherever it leads. So if you've been following this journey from the beginning, thank you so much. Your support means the world to me and keeps me going, especially when I feel a little bit down about the current circumstances. But if you're just joining us, a heartfelt welcome. A welcome to the next chapter that is going to be even more exciting than the previous 3 years of development. And it's really something that, looking back, is kind of hard to believe. It all happened so fast. And I honestly can't believe that this happened so fast, because I made so many mistakes at the beginning, but I was so hell-bent on correcting myself and being, good at what I'm doing and understanding what I'm doing. It developed so fast. Like, usually something like this, someone would develop something like this over a lifetime, and all of this happened just within the last 2.5, 3 years. So it's really remarkable, but I didn't do it alone. This was a massive effort. I had a lot of help. Had a lot of help, specifically from my mentor and previous partner, Michelle Morel, who's an absolute genius. I had a lot of help from the Fringe think tank with Nathan from Old Man Builds, Gerald and his magnificent coils. I had a lot of help from Mike Kay from Faraday Research and the League of Extraordinary Inventors. Had a lot of help from Mike Does, regarding what I was talking about earlier and making that correction to the model. So these are very important footnotes that need to be emphasized, because this isn't something that one person can do alone. And it was never meant to be a secretive individual project. The transparency always was partially so that we can develop these technologies together, right? I want to see people replicating these. I want to see people email me and say, hey, I have a new idea that I've been working with these coils. Check this out, or hey, maybe if you tweak this way, if you do this or that, your system will run a lot better, or you can get this effect out of it. These are the types of answers that we get from having multiple people on the same project. And it's specifically how we accelerate research like this. Because if this model has ever been developed in secret at all, and I highly doubt that, but if it has, it took a lot longer than 3 years. I tell you that because of that. At that level, you just have so much compartmentalization. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. You don't have any communication between departments who are studying the same thing, the same effect. When you have that communication, and that is the weakest link for the deep state, in my opinion. The technology that they develop in secret is so highly compartmentalized, they don't really even fully understand it. And I believe that 100%. They can replicate certain effects that certain scientists have demonstrated or that they've accumulated, certain devices, but to understand and build a model or framework coherently on how some of these pulse systems work, I highly doubt it. I don't think so. Even if they did, it would take 40 plus years for them to understand and develop this kind of thing, because of the compartmentalization. You simply don't have that collaboration in these types of scenarios. Whereas here, this is a transparent community project that's open source. We encourage independent replication. We encourage questions. We encourage comments and collaboration. And that's what accelerates us and gives us a heads up, right? It gives us an advantage. And we must take advantage of that. It's an opportunity. So, we've gone over so much tonight. was a 4.5-hour live stream. Wow. With that, I just want to close and say thank you so much for joining me tonight on our podcast. This journey has been remarkable, a very emotional journey for me personally. And if you've been with me from the start, you know just how much we've been through. How many ideas have changed, how many theories have changed, how many methods have changed. Just in the short amount of time. It's remarkable. So I just want to thank everybody for tuning in this evening. As of now, I am not positive if I'm going to join the League of Extraordinary Inventors tonight, just because I'm getting kind of tired and my voice is really I've been going on 4.5 hours. I usually do more breaks than this just because I like to pace myself, but at this point, I don't know if I'm going to be doing the League of Extraordinary Inventors. If I do, you will definitely get a notification on your YouTube app. So I'm still debating whether I want to do that. I'm going to take a short break after I end the stream here and decide. But I might be back in a little bit with some video games just to relax and get some ad revenue built for the page, because we're so close to getting that $100 threshold this month. I really want to push that to $100 so I can get that deposited for buying some of these pieces of equipment, the components that I need to specifically do the double pull experiment that Mike does is helping me with. So I need some components, and I use those that ad revenue pool as a fund for my research. So and all the super chats help, the memberships help too. So all of those help push that threshold. We're at like $80 right now. So if we could push that to like 100 by the end of the month, I'll be happy. Again, I really want to thank everybody for tuning in this evening. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, beneficencetv@gmail.com. And as always, you can find all my open source material, all of the do-it-yourself guide material, all my theories, my synthetic AC model, the instantaneous power formula, all of that is linked in the description of my video here and all my videos. So, and if it's not, it's a mistake. So most of my videos have that. And there's a shop also if you're interested in getting a t-shirt or a mug. And that's also a way you can help support the channel. Anyways, I'd like to thank everybody one last time, and we're going to end the stream. I might be back with the League. Only time will tell.
Shattering the silence, feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah, dying voices. Revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Living in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. United now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.